Back for that.
That's good. It's 5:29. So.
Awesome. Walgreens, they publish like their weekly data. So good. It is like all good. What is this? Perfect. All right, everyone. It is 5:30. I'm going to call the meeting to order. You guys all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, first on our agenda today, we are going to have some special recognition. And I missed it. I was not fast enough getting here tonight, but I can't wait to watch the replay here of Park Middle School Drumline.
Great. So we had some amazing students perform for us prior to the board meeting. We've got our principal of Park Middle School, Sean Espiamaya, and admin team members and band director Tanner Cornell, sorry, Tanner, here tonight. So we wanted to invite you up and talk a little bit about your awesome students who are here in the program. Sorry,
All right. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you to the board for giving us an opportunity to come perform. Percussion is something new to us at Park this year. I'm primarily a band director, and that's my specialty, but I saw an opportunity to have this class, and fortunately, anything I ask for at Park, it's given to me because I have an incredibly supportive administrative team, incredibly supportive front office of people who do hundreds of schedule changes for me every year so I can get students in the classes that I want them to be in. And, you know, I feel incredibly spoiled to be able to do this kind of stuff for our students. And obviously the students really enjoy it. So this is our first year of having percussion. We were able to do obviously some drumline education and get a head start on that for high school. We've done percussion ensemble. We're doing a handbell unit right now, which is very unique and fun. And back in, I think it was January, we went to a solo ensemble competition with all the local middle schools, and both of our 7th grade and 8th grade percussion groups got superior ratings for that, which was great. Thank you. So yeah, that's a little bit about us and what we do. Again, we're just very lucky to have this opportunity for our kids and the support with the equipment and the time and the schedules. And we couldn't do it without that. So it's very special for us and we appreciate it a lot. So, all right.
Wonderful.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda this evening, we are going to have special recognitions for our certificated employees. Dr. Pierce will present.
Okay, thank you again, students. It's actually really appropriate that we had them here tonight and their awesome educator, Tanner, because it is the week that we recognize our certificated employees here in the district. Actually, the official week was last week, but we didn't have a board meeting last week. So we are recognizing them this evening. May is a big month for recognition in the education world. May 2nd is National School Principal Day. The week of May 2nd through the 6th is National Teacher Appreciation Week. That's also National School Nutrition Employee Week. May 3rd is National Teacher Appreciation Day. May 11th is School Nurse Day. May 13th is School Communicators Day, and May 18th is Speech Pathologist Day. So in our district, we recognize all of our certificated employees in a very special week. Last week, we did our typical annual cake delivery out to our schools to honor our certificated employees. And our communications department put together a very special video, which it's a couple minutes long, and I'm going to show it to you now. And then I'll read the proclamation that we have. So this video is on our website, and I'm not sure if you've seen it or not before. It's just a couple minutes long. The communications department put it together with the help of some awesome students, so we'll show it to you tonight.
Thank you, a berry bunch. I got jumbled up. Thank you very much for everything you do. He was always like kind, there for me. He always respected me.
Does fun projects with us. And sometimes she lets us stay inside for second recess. She helps me find books a lot, and if I'm stuck on a word, she can help me.
She's just the most amazing person. She's so sweet, and she helps me with literally whatever I need, whatever I could ever ask her, she has an answer for.
He's really nice, and he knows that I can do good in school.
She's really nice, and she takes care of all the students that aren't feeling well.
She's helped me a lot, like with my homework, and she's just really nice in general to like everybody. And I think we need to like show her off more because she's a really great teacher.
Being fun, funny, and intelligent.
A good teacher makes me feel strong. She makes me feel, or they make me feel like I have the ability and the capability to get by the subject. And they make me feel smart,
That she helps us and makes us and believes in us when we can't do something.
A good librarian is a librarian who reads a lot and is able to recommend good books for every type of person.
That they're respectful and they understand you and they listen to you.
Thank you to all the cool and awesome teachers.
Thank you for helping us with everything that we need help, and you're always there for us. Thank you to everybody that helps me. Thank you for helping me learn.
Thank you, school nurses, librarians, specialists, for everything that you do. You're one in a melon.
You're excellent.
You're possum.
You're simply the zest.
You're fantastic.
You're terrific.
Muffin compares to you.
Thanks a bunch. Thanks a waffle lot.
Thanks a latte.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Very, very cute video. So just to wrap up, typically we receive a proclamation from the governor, and for some reason this year we didn't get it, and we looked for it and we couldn't find it, but we're able to find a national proclamation from the president, so I'm just going to read a portion of that tonight in honor of our certificated staff. So this is from President Joe Biden, a proclamation that was issued on National Teacher Appreciation Day and National Teacher Appreciation Week. It says, as the husband of a lifelong educator who continues to teach full-time as First Lady, I have often heard Jill say, teaching is not what you do, it's who you are. Our nation's teachers are selfless, dedicated, and caring individuals who devote themselves to the well-being and progress of our students. During this National Teacher Appreciation Day and throughout National Teacher Appreciation Week, we honor educators who touch the lives of students across America and who are essential to building the future of our nation. One of the greatest gifts our schools give to students and educators is time spent with one another, the daily opportunities to learn and grow together face to face. There's no substitute for the wisdom this experience brings. I will never forget the educators who encouraged me as a child. Many of us remember our favorite teachers, the ones who instilled confidence in us, who encouraged us to dream boldly, and who helped us believe that we could achieve anything. On National Teacher Appreciation Day and during National Teacher Appreciation Week, we pay tribute to educators who empower students across the country with the knowledge and skills they need to reach their potential and achieve their dreams. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim May 3rd, 2022 as National Teacher Appreciation Day and May 1st through May 7th, 2022 as National Teacher Appreciation Week. I call upon all Americans to recognize the hard work and dedication of our nation's teachers and to observe this day and this week by supporting teachers through appropriate activities, events, and programs. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand to this 29th day of April in the year of our Lord 2022 and of the independence of the United States of America, the 246th, signed Joseph R. Biden Jr. So we certainly appreciate all of our certificated educators here in our district and want to just extend our gratitude to them tonight. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, next is communications from parents, staff, and district residents. Read the guidelines as I usually do. The board appreciates hearing from parents, staff, and district residents. At our regular board meetings, the board of directors provides an opportunity for communication from parents, staff, and district residents. This is a time reserved during our working board meeting for the board to listen to comments, input, and information. The board does not respond to comments provided, as our goal is to listen and learn. As appropriate, the board will ask the superintendent and her staff to look into any issues raised. Please note that it is important for all community members to feel welcome and safe during the board's business meeting. During the public comment period, please refrain from any positive or negative expressions, such as clapping or booing, in response to a person who is providing public comments. If any audience member has any concern about how they're being treated by any other attendee, please contact a cabinet member to report the issue. The board does not take public comments on issues related to personnel or individually named staff members at board meetings. However, you can email the board with any such comments. Okay, with that out of the way, our first speaker this evening is Sylvia Loosfeld.
Good evening. It's good to see you and have this opportunity to speak with you. I have filed a citizen's complaint against the book Anti-Racist Baby.
Sylvia, I think she's asking.
Can you use the mic right here? Thank you. Yeah. Do I need to move it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this part of my 2 minutes?
No.
I'll stretch over. All right. All right. So hopefully you can hear me now. All right. I've filed a citizen's complaint against the book Anti-Racist Baby, written by Ibram Kendi. He's a proponent of critical race theory. I follow the process of Kennewick School District regarding a citizen's complaint. I've met with 2 principals and a librarian to discuss my concerns regarding this book that is marketed to our youngest and most impressionable students, pre-K, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. With the principals and the librarian, we had a good conversation, and I then spoke. The next step was to speak before a curriculum committee, Rob Phillips and Matt Scott, to again restate my concerns. Given that Dr. Pierce said at a school board meeting at the beginning of this school year that critical race theory and the 1619 project would not be taught in Kennewick, I felt hopeful that Anti-Racist Baby would be removed from the 2 elementary schools where they are right now. As of today, though, I've just received a whole packet, and I only had time before coming to the meeting to skim through and found out that they will be allowing Anti-Racist Baby in those elementary schools. This is a book which tells white kids to confess, doesn't say what they have to confess to, and it promotes the idea that brown and black kids can't get ahead in our country. I believe both of these things are wrong, and it focuses on the color of kids' skin, which does nothing except to divide us. So I will be filing an appeal regarding this decision. And I would ask that you all put yourselves in the position that I was in for many years as a teacher of kindergartners and first graders. I can't imagine sitting in front of a group of my students, the youngest and most impressionable of kids, telling these kids that they have to confess and telling all kids to focus on everyone's skin color. This is wrong and divisive. For many years, I taught about Martin Luther King. And
Ms. Lucille, your time has expired. We will be waiting for your appeal.
Okay.
Which is.
And last night, I'd just quickly like to say that I would be happy to work on a curriculum that would focus and empower our children with the knowledge and rights and duties of the Declaration of Independence and of the Constitution, because those are going to empower our kids more than any of this CRT. Thank you. I appreciate the extra time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jojo Davis, and I bet I know what she's going to talk about. It's a shock.
I have
middle
missed
school.
everybody though.
It's been a while.
Yeah, just had some family things and anyway. Poverty, trauma, family struggles, homelessness, sexual abuse, domestic violence, physical abuse, drug and alcohol addictions, evictions, car accidents that lead to being unable to keep employment, medical emergencies, lack of basic health care, dental work and eyeglasses that go unaddressed, hygiene items that are far too expensive to purchase, divorce, depression, suicidal thoughts, social media stress, threats or perceived threats, gaps in educational skills or lack of educational advocate to help place them appropriately, language barriers, barriers that exist to prevent them from showing what they truly know, cultural biases. Unless our school system that has been outdated and ill-prepared for the future changes, students who experience any of those issues I listed will not be able to fully live to their potential. The system that we continue to use, 6 periods a day, standard things that haven't changed since we created it, unless this changes, it fails to address that not only society has changed, but families have changed, and most importantly, student needs have changed. We continue to provide a system that ignores the heart and mind of a child, ignores the ingrained imagination, creativity, and desire to learn. We continue to ignore the barriers that they face, continue to expect them to function as if they're not hurting. It is time to collect all the community resources and truly provide an education, not just for those that fit into the old mold, but those that come to us that due to a million factors need truly an education that meets their needs where they are. Please help us provide resources to do this and partner up with us. We may not be able to change the entire educational system, but hopefully together we can create a system here in Kennewick that is designed not just to educate, but also to lay the foundation for healing and health so our community, as well as those children, benefit fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker looks, if I say this right, looks like it's Jackson Kinsley. Good evening.
Mr. President, can I get maybe 1 more minute in lieu of my friends?
In lieu of your friends?
Yeah.
I believe we can do that. Is that the correct way to do that?
You can, yeah, the person behind you can concede
Concede some time
to you.
So you could actually have.
All right, there you go. Okay. There you go.
Hello, KSD board members. My name is Jackson Kinsley. I've come to this board meeting on a very serious note. I've come to talk to you all about the levy and how you as board members not doing your best to speak out against the levy is hurting the students more than you believe. I'm
sorry. And you get closer to the mic.
A little slower.
Yes, slow down just a little bit. Thank you, sir.
Do you want me to restart?
No. Oh, okay. Do you want to restart?
No, you can keep going.
I'm a proud member of Chinook Middle School and continue looking forward to being a student at Chinook, as I love almost every day of school. My faculty is top quality and makes me feel very included. Next year, I will be in leadership as the ASB treasurer to continue to help students love Chinook. Ever since COVID-19 has hit us, the school district has fallen and never gotten back to the top quality I remember. Specifically, the board members I am very disappointed in. When we were still in the process of electing, I remember all the promises you had no control about, like masks. But these fake promises that made you one, you also gained the trust of numerous families across Kennewick. That trust you gathered is powerful, and as we all know, with great power comes great responsibility. You have the power to make great changes within the school district, yet you choose to make decisions that you think are helping the students. I know you are thinking you are helping, but I know that you are not helping. Without this levy and the proper funding the schools need, school is going to become a living nightmare for some students. My peers who are passionate about drama, band, orchestra, and any other school-funded programs, they won't be able to pursue next year. I understand that we have already failed the 2 levies and we can't change that, but we must look at the future. So I'm asking for parents who are listening to care about their child's education and the board members who more publicly agree and show that the levy is good and not bad, so that we can get our future generation of workers the proper education they need, while still being able to love school and school-funded activity and do the school-funded activities they love. So on behalf of all the students, please vote yes for the levy when you get the opportunity. To the board, let's start performing amazingly again. Be the school district everyone looks up to. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Amanda Brown.
Good evening, members of the board, President Connors, Superintendent Pierce. I have 3 topics I wanted to comment on tonight, and I hope I can get to them all. First of all, I wanted to thank Dr. Christensen for his presentation on hiring practices during the last board meeting, and especially as they apply to trying to mirror a student population and the teachers that the district hires. There have been studies that show that when identically qualified candidates of different races apply for a job, that the white candidate gets a callback at a much higher rate than a candidate of color. The researchers in the study decided to see what would happen if the white candidate had a criminal record. And amazingly, the white candidate still got a callback at a higher rate. These studies are cited in the book, Why Are All the Black Kids Staying Together in the Cafeteria, which is a great read. Highly recommend it for a bunch of other studies that are in the book besides those. But I just wanted to thank the district for recognizing that our students deserve to see their cultures and races mirrored in our staff. I would also hope that the most qualified candidate gets the job, but if there are 2 identically qualified candidates, I would hope that the district chooses to be equitable in its choices with hiring. There's also a comment about teachers learning Spanish for programs like Rosetta Stone. And I really appreciated the answer that was given by a district employee, which was that the academic language in our dual language program is so high. And our unit that we have upcoming, that I'm preparing for, I am researching how to say in Spanish, wind, hydroelectric, and solar energy, carbon, actually that's how they say it in Spanish, coal, and natural gas and petroleum, and then explaining in Spanish how all of those sources of energy are transformed into electricity. So I think it's great if people want to learn to become bilingual, to participate and be an employee of KSD, to be part of our dual program, but it is rigorous. And then considering substitute hiring, again, I appreciate the presentation, but I feel that it missed the mark concerning my last comments a little bit. I was not referring to how many teachers are absent in a building, but how many teacher absences go unfulfilled building by building, or unfilled, I apologize, building by building. So I feel that the Title I buildings in our school are being disproportionately affected by the sub shortage, which causes our Title I students to not be able to attend their specials at the same rate as their non-Title I peers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Tina Gregory.
Thank you. I'm here tonight to remind you about the email I sent each of you in regards to the future lockdowns, forced masks, and vaccinations. We will not allow this to happen again on our watch. I haven't received much response, so I will continue to address each of you. At this point, I'm not confident that this board will stand against unlawful mandates. I think this is why the levy failed again. Our children's innocence is precious and can't be given back. Schools are to teach reading, writing, math, science, history, etc. It's not the school's job to indoctrinate transgender, abortion, or sex outside of marriage. There are 2 genders. 2 + 2 = 4. We have to stop lying to our children and stop pushing unmoral agendas. We desperately need to address the CRT, BLM, and LGBTQ unmoral agendas being pushed on our communities. I know people have chosen these sinful things, and we are to hate the sin, not the sinner. I love all people and want to be there for them. Sin is sin, and it separates us from our Lord. We cannot allow these things to be taught or pushed on our innocent children. I'm calling on all of you to stand against these agendas. Rid our schools of any of this indoctrination. It is not okay for transgenders to use bathrooms or locker rooms with other natural gender students. They need to use the one that their chromosome is, what they are born. We need to protect all students. James 5:19 through 20. Brethren, if anyone among you wanders from the truth and someone turns them back, let them know that he who turns a sinner from the error of their way will save a soul from death and cover a multitude of sins. Romans 12:2. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is a good and acceptable and perfect will of God. And you know, I really want to thank you guys for your transparency on the sex education that's coming up. That was very informational. It helped the parents and all of the community a lot, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate several of you that stand against these mandates and different things, and that's why we voted in new people. And I just really want to ask you to, you say that you're going to do these things, and will you please check into them? And my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike.
Okay, do we have anyone on? Yes.
I noticed that some gentleman walked in just as the roll was coming up, and I think you wanted to sign and speak. Mr. Clippert right there. I don't know if we have time.
Mr. Clipper, did you want to speak this evening? You may. We still have time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your grace and understanding. The wonderful lady, Patty Lord, I called her at 4:15. I said, I hear the meetings at 6 o'clock, and I've been encouraged by board members to attend and speak to our school board about our kids' education. She goes, no, Brad, it's 5:30. I mean, by 5:15. I rushed to put my uniform off and got here, but thank you very much for understanding. I just want to support this board in any decisions that they would make to reject any thoughts of teaching critical race theory in the Kennewick School District or anything that assimilates that in any way, shape, or form. Also want to strongly encourage this board to reject any ideas of teaching anything associated with comprehensive sex education. If you haven't seen the video yet, I strongly encourage you to see the video, Whose Children Are They? It was shown in the Tri-Cities on the 29th and the 30th of April. Very, very powerful documentary that takes 1 hour and 58 minutes to watch. So strongly encourage that. And I heard that on Patty was kind enough to let me know that in the agenda today is school resource officers. As a school resource officer of over 20 years now, it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with the KPD school resource officers who are fantastic. Strongly encourage you to continue to support them and have them as a part of your educational process. So once again, please reject any ideas of teaching critical race theory in Kennewick School District. Please reject any ideas to support the teaching of comprehensive sex education and support your school resource officers. Thank you all for your service to this community. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone online that's going to speak this evening?
He's saying no.
Nope. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, next on our agenda is consent items.
Mike, when we, I don't know if this is the right time, but I'd like to discuss one of them.
Okay.
So do I need to make a motion to remove it so we can discuss?
I don't think we need to make a motion. I think it's something you want to pull off the consent item. We'll pull that off, and it is
It's the Creative Writers Handbook Curriculum Adoption. And I apologize, it's so late. I didn't come to that. It's the adoption of the Creative Writers Handbook. I just have some questions about it.
Okay. So we're going to remove that. So
we could put that down under new business.
Put that under new business? Yeah, so we don't, all right, yeah, we can do that.
Apologies, it's so late. I didn't come to that decision until the drum line started, so.
So we're going to move that to new business. Okay.
We did get the item B pulled off, right?
No, we need to, if there's something you want to remove, we need to have that removed. And
okay, is that personnel? Okay, yeah, I move that we also remove the personnel actions.
Okay, so with the personnel actions, because we do not discuss any personnel issues in a public setting, we'll have to have an executive session in order to do that.
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll pull that off. So that means we will be having an executive session. We'll be adding to our executive session because we already had an executive session plan. So we will discuss personnel items B in executive session. Okay, so we'll add that down here. Okay, so after removing B and H, any other issues or concerns about the consent items this evening? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion.
Move to approve consent items as changed.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Heidi, can I call for the roll call vote, please?
Mr. Galbraith?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Ms. Benedict?
Yes.
Mr. Mabry?
Yes.
Mr. Conant?
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you. Next is the superintendent and board member reports. Dr. Pierce, I'll let you lead us off.
Great. I have just a couple things tonight. Since it is Certificated Educator Appreciation Week, I just wanted to say that this is the time of year where I'm out doing my spring visits to our schools, and every time I go to every one of our schools, I'm very impressed by the instruction occurring in our classrooms, just the happy students we have, learning that how engaging and welcoming students are. Oftentimes I'll go into a class and ask students what they're working on, and they're just so open about talking to me, engaging me. Hey, help us with this, and what do you think about this? And so I just wanted to note that and to say, you know, how impressed I am with what I see happening in our schools. I also have had the opportunity to go to a couple special school events over the last couple weeks, so I wanted to note I was able to attend the National Junior Honor Society induction ceremony over at Highlands and help recognize the students being inducted there, and they have, you know, high grade point averages and commit to all of the components of being a part of the National Junior Honor Society service and all of those things. So it's a very impressive group of students. And then right after that, same night, I got to head over to Eastgate Elementary for their Day of the Child, or Dia del Niño event. And this was one of the first events they've been able to have, big events. And it was amazing. When I arrived, there was a huge line out the door. And it was an ATP events. This is the Action Team for Partnerships, the family partnership events that are hosted there. They had dinner. There's performances by the Eastgate Choir, folkloric dance troupe, a soccer and basketball challenge for students, free books. The turnout was well over 400 families. It was just incredible. So I wanted to give a shout out to them and to our schools in general for all that they're doing. The other thing I wanted to do is confirm graduation attendance. And speaking of board members, so what I have, I think I have what we have. I've got a little chart for each board member that lists the graduations, the dates, and the times. And if you could just check which ones you're attending, if I haven't heard from you. If I have heard from you, I checked the ones that I believe you're attending. And then as board president, Mike speaks at, typically that's been our approach at Kennewick, Kennewick, and Southridge. And I just am not sure how you want to handle the speaking at the smaller ones. So I thought we could just get it hammered out tonight at the board meeting, if that's okay with you. Okay. So you take the one with your name on it, and then you're going to give this back to me before you leave tonight, so we can make sure that the schools have it for their programs and all that kind of thing. So here's Micah's and here's Gabe's.
Perfect. So I know that the delta is usually tough to get into. How does that work?
So there's, I should have just blocked that out. So because there's 3 boards that attend and 3 superintendents, and there's no speaking at the Delta ceremony. The good news is, though, we can all attend. In the last couple of years, it's conflicted because of how we've had to do the graduations differently, but they're just one after the other. So MCP and Delta are one after the other on June 9th. So, but there won't be a speaker option for Delta. So it's essentially MCP, Phoenix, and Legacy and Endeavor. I'm just not quite sure how you want to handle all that. And if you need time to think about it or something, you know, just if you can let me know, then we can make sure the programs get printed up appropriately.
Wonderful. Do you guys want to talk about that now, or you want to do that a little later?
Let's do it now.
Yeah. Okay. So Diane has requested she'd like to speak at Phoenix, so that leaves MCP and Legacy.
And Endeavor.
Oh, and Endeavor.
One.
Oh, that'll be one.
I'm happy to speak at both of those or either of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a problem speaking at either one either, so.
Okay, so, well, why don't we'll just kind of do, So, Gabe, you want to speak at the Columbia Partnership? You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, do that for Gabe.
I'll switch with you, Gabe. I have a little history of speaking there. And
Oh, do it, yeah, go for it.
Okay.
And then, yeah, go for speaking at the other one, that's fine.
So I would speak at Legacy Endeavor.
Yep.
And then Mike, I don't know if it was the right time, but I've asked you if I could also speak with you at Southbridge, and so we discuss that at a later date.
So we've got to discuss that. Usually we only have one speaker at the commencement ceremonies. We don't want to drag on too long. And also, again, we talked about Ron and his, you know, he's got a daughter there, a surrogate daughter that he's been around since the days go by here. So I know you've asked, but again, I also have a daughter graduating from Southbridge as well. And since I was not able to speak at my first one, this is extremely important to me as well. So at this point, it's something that I really want to do.
And you can't have like 2 speakers in 3 minutes or no?
That is, I don't think we've ever done that before.
It goes quickly anyway. It's pretty compact.
Historically, the speaking by the board member is very
Like
brief.
5 minutes.
It's kind of just some very short congratulatory, encouraging comments, because the main speakers, not to diminish at all the importance of the board, but the main speakers are like the student speakers. So that's just how it's been done. It's been super short.
Okay. So we've got them all. So we got Ron's going to speak at MCP, and Diane is going to speak at Phoenix, and Micah is going to speak at Legacy and Endeavor. Okay. Perfect. Awesome.
No, I'm not speaking, actually, as a matter of fact, I'll be out of town for the 11th and 12th, so I can only attend the Thursday ones.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Awesome, thank you much.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, so Zach?
Yes.
Report for us?
Yeah, so I attended my normal WASDA state networking group, and we met with the State Board of Education, and we kind of, or not the actual board itself, but some representatives that work with the board, and they really kind of wanted to refine how graduation pathways are being implemented and how we can, it seems like the state always wants to mess with graduation requirements. It's as long as I can remember, they're doing something there. And kind of the work that they're doing is making more options for students to tailor their education to whatever post-secondary, what their post-secondary career future looks like. So for some kids that might be a lot of math, for others that might be, you know, something like tri-tech, et cetera, and how we can provide more flexibility for kids to really hone those skills, but also making sure we have a well-rounded education. So there was a lot of really good discussion there. It was really cool to be a part of it and kind of represent some Eastern Washington in that discussion, because it's not always as well represented. So, and then this morning I had the Student Superintendent Advisory Council my kind of preamble to that was we do an icebreaker, and I thought it was kind of funny because I didn't have a good idea right away, so I told them to go the opposite way around the room, but all those kids are so awesome and so intelligent that by the time I got to the end of it, we were sharing our favorite piece of advice. I'm like, well, everyone's got everything, so I don't know what I'm going to say. So that was really awesome. So we identified in our previous meeting some issues that we've had with some TriTech and Running Start kind of communication, and it's a lot more complex when you have a student going out of the comprehensive high school into especially something like CBC and Running Start, where there's just a whole lot more variables going on there. And so we identified some problem areas, and then this meeting we came back and worked with students to let's brainstorm a bunch of different ideas for solutions to the problems. And then Dr. Pierce and her team were able to go back and really refine what some of those solutions might be. And so I just thought it was really, I really liked the way that we were clearly identified our problems, and then we're identifying solutions. Now we've kind of brainstormed, we can go back, kind of continue to some discussions, and we'll follow up and kind of finish off the conversation in our next meeting. And then Mr. Levitt briefly updated us kind of on the district working to create a comprehensive counseling plan. I forget the exact name of it, but that's kind of the gist of it. And it sounds like it's some really exciting work where we can make sure that our counselors are really focused on being able to provide as much student, counselor-student time. There's a lot of, I think a lot of times they get, I don't want to say a lot of times, sometimes they get stuck just entering, say, grades or doing transcript paperwork and whatnot. And so finding ways that we can really make sure that we're using their time as effectively as possible to directly interface with our students. So it sounds like there's some really exciting work happening there. So yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Great. Gabe, anything?
Yeah, so I'm not even sure how far back it was, but I stopped in at Canyon View's school carnival. I think it was a couple weeks back, but I just wanted to give some kudos to Miss Guajardo and her team there. They had a great turnout, and they had a line all the way into the parking lot as well for kids to get in and get their tickets and throw the fishing pole over the curtain and get a prize and all that stuff. So, but it looked like everybody was enjoying it. Kids are smiling, having fun. So kudos to Canyon View and her staff there. They did a great job with that. So.
Great. Micah?
Yeah, so that's the Eastgate Elementary activity. Actually, I don't know if you would know that, but those soccer goals are mine. I was happy to donate them. Norma Robledo, I coached her daughter in soccer for a while, so she knew I had some stuff. So I was able to provide that. I was really happy to do that. I was in Arizona. I wasn't able to attend, but she did tell me all about it, sent lots of pictures and stuff. So that was really cool. And then I just want to it seems like every week I get an email or a picture or something of just kind of leftovers. So just want to encourage all the principals to please go around their school, check for, mask signs, social distancing signs. There's some kids apparently confused because they still have mask signs on the doors that say masks, and I know that it's been over for a long time, but I just would encourage the principals to please do your due diligence and really make sure that those are gone, because that is not a rule anymore. So that's it.
Thank you. Diane?
So let's see. I'm a member of the Ben Franklin Transit Mobility Access Task Force, which probably has a lot to do with all of us if you ride the bus, but especially for some of our low-income students, families without cars, students that go to work, go to CBC for different things, and then our students with disabilities, partially that's part of their work job is to learn how to ride bus. And so that mobility task force has been working on those things. And then there was a little kerfuffle at the transit about tax dollars, and some things were going to be cut. But luckily, many citizens went to a meeting, and hopefully that extra mobility access that we've been working on will not be cut. So if anybody is interested in knowing about that, let me know. I can give you more information. I was at the KSD grade 6 through 12 health education curriculum review a couple weeks ago. Last Friday, I was at the Legacy Spring Fling. So I know elementary, you get lots of families, but it's really amazing when you go to a high school and you get a lot of families there. And the spring fling is always a lot of fun, and there were games, and we had, again, Ballet Folklorico, a couple of the students from there that participate in that. And then it was supposed to be outside, but if you remember Friday, it was really bad weather, and it snowed and hailed and rained and everything else, and so it was inside, so we had different rooms that had different games in, and that was a lot of fun. And it's good to see kids having a good time, and family and staff doing that. And then I walked across the hallway to visit our Endeavor staff, because it was from 1 to 3, so Endeavor staff and some of the students were there doing some check-in. And so it's always good to, they kind of feel forgotten sometimes because they're there in their little room, and so it was good to talk with them. Tri-Cities Coalition for Racial Equity and Social Justice monthly meeting was on Monday, excuse me. And then yesterday I was able to watch 2 hours via Zoom of the RSD board meeting, but I had something else to do after that, so just got the first 2 hours of that. And I just always find it interesting when Kennewick, I think we do things very well here, but we've had a student representative for a long time. Richland is just moving into that, and I know Zach has been very helpful in helping them do that. And so it's great to see our students. They do have some students from their Superintendent's Advisory Committee who are acting as that person now, but they're working on getting that all set up. And so kudos to KSD for having it, but for Zach for helping their people figure out how to do that too.
Thank you. Ron?
I attended the curriculum meeting, and I want to give kudos out to the staff also. That was an excellent meeting, and being transparent. And being on that note, there were several references tonight, and in the past, we've had critical race theory come up quite often. So I asked the board, your group of folks, to look into what class people identifying as critical race taught classes. I've asked around, I can't find it, and I would be very interested in knowing what those classes are and what we can do to relax the community about critical race theory in our school system. And the same with Black Lives Matter. I've received several emails saying it's being taught in the schools. And when I go to look into it, I just can't find it. And it could be my inability. So I'm asking the staff for some help on looking into exactly, can we pinpoint exactly the violations that we're being told are happening. Thank you.
Perfect. Anyway, I would like to second Ron's thoughts here. The presentation that Matt gave here last week was very good on the curriculum adoption. Also, I'm going to change topics here a little bit. So the Great Shake is coming up next month.
Yeah.
That is on this, I believe, is June 7th, and I know that's something you've been a big fan of for a long
The
time.
Amazing Shake.
Amazing Shake.
The Great Shake is the,
Okay.
I made the same mistake.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
The Amazing Shake. And so I signed up to go. Because Ron, I know you told me what a great program that was, so I want to go do that again here this year. So I've encouraged the rest of my board members to sign up as well.
Please
It
sign up.
sounds like it's lots of, I've never been, so Ron speaks very highly of it, so I definitely want to encourage all of it. Please, you explain it better than I can.
So it's a program. It's at Hawthorne Elementary, and it's I won't do it justice trying to describe it, but it's a competition kind of focused on life skills of students, communication skills, and interacting with adults. And so they go through sort of a series of challenges with community members. And I was able to participate a couple years ago. I'm going to participate again this year. And the students are just amazing, poised. They have to solve problems sort of extemporaneously. And these are elementary students. It's so if there's I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, you've done a good job, but it's also at the end, it smiles, even on the ones that do not win. It's just contagious. They're very articulate. It's just amazing what these kids can do. And they won on the national level. They get to go back to Atlanta, Georgia, and compete nationwide, and they've competed very well. I think we had one that actually came into second place or third place. It was high in the ranking.
It's incredible.
And they're just you gotta do it. Guys, if I could pay you $5 to do it, I would. I just think it's, I'm talking to the new guys, kids, and Diane, you know,
I did, but I did not.
$15 I paid to have you guys.
I'll take you up on that offer.
So one of the things though, Mike, is Angela, because I had told Angela, you know, about us all being there at the same time. And so I think she's confused that, because there's different sections that we can be at.
Correct, yeah, we can be separated.
And so I did refer back to that for her, but maybe you want to connect with her directly. Because different people were making invitations and it got a little confusing.
Okay.
So if, maybe you could check with Angela and she could work that out.
We can do that, yeah, because it's again, it sounds like a very interesting program. It sounds very positive, so I definitely want to.
So
I'm already signed up.
Yeah, if you do want to do it, if you don't, you have to have a volunteer form through the district. So if you don't have one yet, yesterday was the last day, but I bet they'd take it today.
One other point of clarification. Gabe, I can wait.
No, I just had 2 questions about this thing, so go ahead.
Okay, there is no shake this year.
Right,
Yeah,
no handshake.
due to the world we're living in.
You can do an elbow.
But it's, I almost cried when it was no shake, because that's part of the eye-to-eye contact and the firmness, and they practice all that. So it's a shame to have that element, but I totally understand.
With this, I know we've talked a lot about only getting so many, like you can only have 2, and you can have a quorum. Are these events aren't the same, right? Like if we're there supporting, is that considered having a quorum? Because I thought I've read or heard recently, it's not if it's in support of some of this stuff. So I'm a little gray on that. And because you guys know we're getting emails now regularly to come to events and all these end of year stuff. And so
Right, so I would, it's not unlike graduation, right? You can all be at graduation and you're not conducting or discussing district business. You could all be in a car together traveling to an event, as long as you're not discussing district business. I will send the WASDA, from the WASDA handbook, the clarification around Open Public Meetings Act and what constitutes a meeting. I'll send that again out to the board so you have it. But there's a good frequently, answers to frequently asked questions in the WASDA materials, and it addresses this. So, but you just have to be careful that if you're all at different stations interacting with the students and just there for the event, if after the event, 3 of you huddle up and start talking, it could give the perception, even if you're not conducting business, that you are. So you have to be really careful about that.
Right. And we can be there at different times.
Because it's 2 different days, 2 different times. So.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, there was something else out today, picked something that came out, invited all of us. And so sometimes these things, it's like plans canceled or whatever. And it's like, oh, I can swing by and go say, but then trying to figure out who's there. And so anyways, just was curious about that. So.
Perfect. Okay,
I'm sorry. Okay, you said you had 2 things.
I can't remember what the other one is, so.
There you go. Okay, perfect. All right, next on our program this evening is reports and discussions. So goal focus, the district is innovative, proactive, and accountable. So.
Got the budget report?
Yeah. Got the budget report, yeah. Oh yeah, preliminary budget, there you go. Mr. Roberts, you're gonna have Dr. Pierce start off.
Yeah, so I'm going to start us off tonight, and then I'll hand it over to Vic. We're going to provide a presentation on the preliminary budget. Of course, tonight's a little different because we have an updated budget because of the levy failure. So what we're going to, sorry, the PowerPoint's doing something strange here. You're going to hear about the general fund and other funds tonight, and then again on May 25th. And then this is leading up to the public hearing and budget adoption that occurs on June 22nd. I want to spend a couple minutes just clarifying for everyone our school funding sources and uses in the context of levy and the levy failure. And then we're going to talk about that failure and the impacts to the budget, both in the short term and in the long term, and a little bit about future levy planning. Vic's then going to take us through what the pre-levy failure budget looked like and now what the post-levy failure budget looks like, and then we'll summarize with timelines and next steps. I think it's important to start off tonight by just reminding everyone that we have different funding sources that come through the district, and those funding sources are for different purposes. The most money that we receive is through basic education apportionment from the state. That's based on our enrollment. That money is in the general fund. It's used to fund staff salaries and staffing levels, and that money is allocated to us from the state based on the prototypical staffing model. And we've talked a lot about that prototypical model when the legislature was in session and so forth, and some of those changes. We also receive funding for what's called MSOC, or Maintenance, Supply, and Operating Costs. This used to be called NERCs, non-employee related costs. So these are non-staff costs. So we get a stream of money for staff costs, staff salaries, and staffing. We get a stream of funding for non-staff costs, or maintenance, supplies, and operating costs, things like for curriculum, for training, for non-staff related funds. We get money for special education from the state. We get money for career and technical education, skills center, and transportation. So this is all basic education funding that we receive. We also, in this district, receive federal funding, and all districts receive some. It varies by district depending on your student population and typically poverty levels in the community. Federal funding is money from the federal government, and it's earmarked for specific things. So we've got title funds. Title I is high poverty, it's for closing gaps. Title II is for training and professional development. Title III is bilingual education. Title IV is student support. Those dollars come to us, they flow through the state from the federal government, but they're earmarked for specific things. We can't, for example, take that federal money and use it to supplant basic education funding. We can use it to supplement. That's why some of our schools have more people working in them, because they're federally funded positions. So people like interventionists, reading and math interventionists, or instructional coaches. Sometimes we get questions about that. How come you have all these people who maybe aren't with kids all day long in a classroom? Those folks are typically funded through federal money that's earmarked for that specific reason. Because of the student population in that school, there needs to be additional support and interventions and services for students. And those services come through staff, and those staff are funded through federal funds. As you know, we also right now, for a short term, we're receiving some one-time money called Esser Funding, and that's the COVID-related dollars. That money is not a continuing revenue stream. It's one-time dollars. Once it's spent, it will no longer be available. And remember, this isn't money that we just got delivered to us and put in our account. This is money that we have to seek reimbursement for expenses related to COVID. I think it's important that people understand this, that there's different streams and money used for different things. And of course, that other stream we have is our local funding. So bond funding, when we pass a bond, when the community passes a bond and supports that, that money is specifically earmarked for the projects that were put forth to the voters. So we can't, unless under some very extenuating circumstances, take money from a bond and use it for something else. The voters said, for example, in this last bond, that they wanted to fund Kennewick High School, the additions of Kennewick and Southridge, the rebuild of Ridgeview. Those were all projects on that bond. That's what that money has to be used for. Can't be taken and used for something else. And then of course there's levy funding. And we know that we ran 2 levies. One passed, the Capital Tech Levy for technology, software, hardware. That's the levy that passed, and that money has to be used for that reason. And then there's the EP&O levy, Educational Programs and Operations. EP&O money is for enrichment beyond basic education. So this is the funding that funds curricular, extracurricular programs and activities, athletics and activities, additional music classes, additional sports, all of the things, some of the things, our school resource officers, some of the things that you heard people talking about tonight that are so important, those things are funded through levy dollars. Levy dollars pay for staff professional development, other programs and positions not funded by basic education. And so really additional things that the state doesn't deem basic education. Why I think this is important is when you look at when a levy doesn't pass, you have to look at the things that the levy funds and make determinations about where you're going to reduce things connected to what the levy's funding. We did fail the levy. We tried in February, we tried again in April. The ultimate result, it's about 50-50. I mean, we didn't quite make the 50 mark, right? We had 48.9%, 48.97% no votes, yes votes, and 51.03 no votes. So almost a 50-50 split, but we didn't make that 50% yes threshold, 50% plus one vote. So we have a real situation now that we need to address because there are real budget impacts when the levy doesn't pass. We're in an interesting situation though right now. So I want to just talk about that, and then Vic is going to take us through all of the details. So the levy failure results in a $34 million loss in enrichment funding. Again, we haven't lost basic education funding, we haven't lost federal funding, but in enrichment funding loss over the 2 years, 22-23 and 23-24. So you collect, it's partially, that money constitutes both the levy money and that levy equalization money, that local effort assistance that I've talked so much about, that is additional money we receive from the state if we pass our local levy. We don't get that additional money from the state if we don't pass our local levy. So that $34 million is based partially on the 22 tax collections and partially on the 23 tax collections. And it includes the levy funding that we won't receive and the loss of that local effort assistance funding. We're in an interesting position because for this next school year, 22-23, we can avoid making significant cuts to the things that the levy has funded for a very unique reason. One, we have a healthy fund balance. Why do we have a healthy fund balance? We have extraordinary financial management in this district. We wouldn't be in the place that we are if we didn't have such great financial management. We're conservative in our expenditures. We're good stewards of public dollars. If we weren't, I would be coming to you tonight with a very different message. But we have a healthy fund balance. And just like if you have a healthy savings account, you can use that savings account one time to help meet your monthly expenditures and not have to make big drastic cuts to your budget. But once you've used that savings account money, you need to replenish it. You can't keep going back to it, right? The other thing that we have right now are access to those one-time federal dollars to help offset costs. And then you'll recall that we also, when the legislature completed, they're also providing some state enrollment stabilization funding to districts, and that can help us offset the loss of levy funding. So we're not in a place tonight where we need to make drastic and detrimental cuts that would impact our students and impact our schools. We are, though, in a place where we need to make some budget reductions because there is a reality here. And so what you're going to hear tonight is our plan at this point for making some budget reductions of between $5 to $6 million for the 22-23 school year. That's the short-term outlook. In the longer term, in planning for the 23-24 school year, we're looking at additional reductions somewhere between $5 and $25 million. Okay, I just want to say that again. Somewhere between $5 and $25 million. This list that we're working on is also going to help us provide a very clear basis for future levy planning. I believe we need to be, when we go back out to voters at some point, and we'll talk about that at a later time, we need to be extraordinarily clear about these are the things that the levy funds, here's how much those things cost, and I believe we need to say, and if the levy doesn't pass, these things will be cut. Just like when we go out for a bond measure, we say, these are the projects that are on the bond measure. If you want us to do these projects, then you vote for the bond. And if the bond doesn't pass, we don't do the projects. And I think it needs to be that clear of a correlation to people. And we have to be willing, and the board has to be willing then to follow through with the plan. Levy doesn't pass, the things are going to have to be cut. The degree, kind of an extent to what kind of cuts we need to make for the 23-24 school year really depend on a number of things. One, our enrollment. Vic will talk more about this, but because the basic education apportionment's based on enrollment, that obviously affects our funding. Also, the available fund balance that we have remaining and what other remaining Esser dollars we can ask for and seek reimbursement for. And then whatever the future levy plan we put out to the voters in terms of the scope of that and the amounts, and then of course the outcome. I hate to even say this out loud, but if, for example, we were to go forward with another levy in 2023 for collection in 2024 and it didn't pass, I mean, we'd be looking at the $25+ million worth of cuts. And it would be, I believe, extraordinarily detrimental to our students. So that's not really a topic for too much discussion tonight. I think we need to potentially plan some study sessions and so forth moving forward about future levy planning. But just, again, the facts are that the state enrollment stabilization and the other funding adjustments, these are one-time allocations. Esser funding is not an ongoing funding stream. The district fund balance to get us through the 22-23 school year without having to make detrimental cuts, that is going to decrease. And then it's just, I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it, without future levy funding, those enrichment programs and staffing will need to be cut. So as we plan for 23-24 later, we need to really have a very in-depth discussion about the amount of the levy and the term of the levy. And then again, I believe we have a real opportunity to refine our approach and should. So there's just no question about what is the levy paying for and what will not be able to continue if the levy doesn't pass. So just again, before I turn it over to Vic, just kind of a summary here. Short term is what we're talking about tonight, the 22-23 budget. We're looking at reducing between 5 to 6 million. And because of our healthy fund balance and strong financial management and one-time funding, we can manage these reductions in a way that don't harm our kids. We're looking at creating some efficiencies that can be sustained in the longer term. There's some opportunities to right-size staffing in terms of elimination and reallocation of unfilled and vacant positions. So as positions come open, not filling those. We're looking at finding other cost savings throughout the year, just again, holding some unfilled positions to reduce the impact on the fund balance. And then making reductions to MSOC, those maintenance supplies and operating costs. So Vic's going to take us through more detail in all of this. I just wanted to set the frame before I hand it over to Vic.
Do you want me to do question? I have one.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
So you said 5 to 6 million for the 22-23, and then an additional 5 to 25. So that would be 10 to 30.
That's correct. Okay.
Yep. That's good.
Vic, is that Vic? Vic's shaking his head. So come on up, Vic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, 5 to 6 for 22-23, an additional 5 next year up to 25, depending on a lot of things.
Yeah, so the 25 is like the worst case where the next levy doesn't fail. So we have the list is ready to go to market that next levy that says, you know, this is what your $30 million, whatever funds, that 25 is on there. Would we need to reduce 25 million in 23, 24? That's probably not the case. We can walk through that. Yeah. Okay, so first we'll start off kind of pre-levy failure, where we were working through numbers and just kind of get up to date on that. Let's go in here. So here was some of the revenue changes. We left off here April 13th with some of these numbers that were projected. The state updated their model, and we plugged in those numbers. And generally, it's about $1 million more than what we were projecting. I didn't break it out by category, as the state didn't quite have that. It's more of a total type of summary. So about a little over $1 million there. The enrollment adjustment was a little bit, 100,000 on the other end, and these didn't change from the last board meeting. So about $1 million more in the revenue, added revenue for local funded. There's no federal funds on here, as that's kind of restricted money that can't really be used to fund some of these things. So everybody follows that, about $1 million there. And then we were looking at the staffing cost. Here's where we ended up April 12th. We had about an additional $12 million of staffing costs there. And then some more work was done over the past month. So reduction-wise there, because of class size, about 7 teachers, that has happened at the elementary level. It's about $90,000, you know, per teacher, is the math there. Middle school, about 3 teachers there. And then high school, the enrollment has been pretty stable there. Kennewick High is actually the school where, for next year, we're adding about 3 teachers. So that's the increase there. And then the online Endeavor programs, a lot of that enrollment has went back to the, for next year, back to the schools. And that'll be about 9 teachers there, I think 5 or 6 at Endeavor and 3 at MCP. Special education, a little bit of an increase there, about adding a teacher for the middle school behavior program. We have that program at the elementary level. It's been discussed, and that is a much needed resource there at the middle schools. And then about 3 paras go with that program. And then we added transportation's in need of a driver trainer. They drive bus, but then they also do a lot of training with the subs to get them ready to be drivers. That's been lacking there for the past year or two. And that was offset actually by some other reductions there, looking at the driver bus attendant staffing. So it probably ended up more as a wash. And then some admin cabinet restructuring. That was an added cost there, but then we have at Amistad a principal doing some mentoring, and which will end next year. So the net there was about 36,000 on that change for a total 123. And then just some changes in the budget based on when the budget was done last year, and bargaining was done after the budget. So there was some things that did not quite get in the budget there. And then cost of living increases there, a little bit lower than projected. And then the pools where we pay for various overload, extra pay, and a lot of this increase is due to cash out. So when the employees cash out their sick leave, personal leave, classified staff vacation, that inflationary adjustment actually increases those costs for those cash outs also. So anyway, about $1 million less than what we previously talked about. So all in all, the revenue was up about $1 million, and the staffing costs down about $1 million. So that was working out a little more in our favor. And then the MSOC, we hadn't changed. We discussed this a month ago, and really there was no changes. We'll talk about that a little later. It was about $692,000 increase on some of the items there that we don't have a lot of control over. The special ed will be looked at again over the next few weeks as we try to get that number down. So that's the where we kind of left off, and now we're into post-levy failure budget. Some of those changes. So, you know, somebody asked me today that, you know, I bet your job's hard, you know, you're trying to find all these cuts and reductions, and it's really not about that. It's about trying to, keep staff, keep programs for students, and try to figure out how we can keep all that stuff, not get rid of it. So here's the revenue changes. So the change here is your levy equalization. So it's 10,500,000 that we're not going to get for 22-23, and its property tax revenue is going to, instead of being $2 million more, we're going to be $9 million less. So that's where you get that $20 million that we're not going to see in 22-23. Basically 10 million plus 9 million plus the differences here is 20 to 22 million. So 8.199 million is the reduction in the revenue change for 22-23. And again, here you can see the 14, this here is about 20, 22 million when you do the math. And that's that first year. The second year, then it's about 14 million, 23-24. So everybody follows that. That's the revenue change. We'll jump to the MSOC. We just looked at that page here. Some reductions that we tweaked some utility costs, and that'll get looked at again over the next week. Liability insurance, some things there we're going to do to save a little money. Hopefully transportation fuel, $900,000 will be more than we need, but it's just hard to tell with the fuel prices. And then here's the curriculum adoption. That'll be on hold, so that'll reduce the MSOC. Another big area is maintenance, fleet, custodial grounds. So a lot of this reduction is project type money, where we tackle some larger projects out of those programs. Those would either be put on hold, or you can take those out of the capital fund. Several years ago, we put more money in the general fund to do those projects in the $200,000 to $500,000 range, and to not have to take those out of the capital fund and use that money more for larger scale construction renovation projects. So that'll continue to be looked at. We might be able to get a little more out of that. And some of the changes here, even though we haven't reduced, say, $500,000 in some of these pots, that doesn't mean we're not going to spend the money. We're going, we could still not spend the money, save that money. The fund balance does not reduce significantly, and we look better for 23-24. Going down the list here, special education, this was changed a little bit from the month ago, and I need to talk to the special ed director to look at those increases again to see if there's some changes there. This security officer contract, actually it's probably closer to 410,000 when I got some more recent information on that. And then prevention services, so these are all basically local funded that we try to keep for next year. We'll be working with the Reading Foundation, and we'll talk to them about their contract, and there could be a little bit of a few tweaks in that, and we'll see how that impacts their services. The testing assessment contract, that's a contract through, I think, NWEA for testing services and analyzing all our test data, and we probably can hold off on that for another year. If you'd like to say anything with that.
Yeah, so one of the things we've been talking about is our assessment program in the district. That's really our MAP testing. So of course there's a state assessment that we do, that we're required to do. MAP testing is something that we've done in this district for a long time, but there's some potential savings if we were not to do MAP testing, and there's some districts in the area that have gone away from MAP testing and have gone to other more formative assessments that are less expensive, still high quality, and provide teachers with really good information that they can use to inform instruction. They can do that with MAP too, and we've got buildings that are doing it, but it's one of those things that we just, given the expense associated with it, really need to look at the return on investment and just the amount of assessing that we're doing, and so we are taking a look at that.
Just some other ones here, building budgets. So the buildings, they all get an allocation. It's I think anywhere from $70 to $90 per student. High schools have a little more room to adjust that, $5 or $10 in middle schools. Elementaries, not so much. Those have been pretty tight, and with some of the schools with low enrollment, they do tend to struggle, but we'll look at that. And So that total there's a couple $1 million, and, you know, we might be able to get a little more out of that, but we can also, you know, be a little more purposeful on spending and try to save some money by not spending some of those budgets that we haven't reduced here. I did want to point out the IT technology budget is 3.1 million, and given the cost of all the things you need for security and various applications, that is probably needs to be increased to a couple $100,000. I don't have that on here, but if something else gets reduced, that money may go up in there to the software IT programs. And we do have the tech levy, which is really kind of spoken for in terms of Chromebooks and laptops and things like that. We would try to you know, move a few costs there if we can, but generally this is not quite adequate, and that's something that needs to be addressed in the next few years. Any other questions there? This is all non-staff cost, transportation. This is all the cost to run the buses, over 150 buses, and it's pretty thin, that budget, and they do a good job out there. And you know, I got to say, most of our you know, our directors, principals, they're all pretty conscientious, you know, of their budgets, and whether there's a lot of money or not that much, they're really good about you know, saving money and trying to be efficient. Yes.
The legislature this year passed that Fix the Electronics bill. I know there's a better name for it, but for our computers.
Right to repair? Is that the?
What is
No,
it?
right to repair.
No, it's so that you don't have to just get new laptops and you can have them fixed. I'm not sure the whole thing, but the whole idea was to cost less, so we don't have to put brand new things in. Is that something we've heard yet about how that works?
I haven't heard about that.
I don't remember.
We have Ron in the back. He's our IT director.
Sorry, I was not fully paying attention,
So there was a bill, Ron, this year in the legislature that passed, and it's fixed the electronics so that we don't have to just get new ones. There was something that kept us from fixing them before.
No, there's nothing that prevents us from fixing our equipment. We're a self-maintainer with them.
Okay, okay.
That legislation.
Yeah, if you talk from over there, anybody who's watching can't hear you.
So for us, with Dell, we're a self-maintainer, so we get access to any and all parts we need for our equipment. The intent of that legislation was for people to be able to repair their own stuff. And so some of the phone companies, and I'm more familiar with some of this agricultural equipment that has technology in it that was being locked out and they couldn't repair it. And that bill purposes to allow them to repair that.
Thank you.
Zach, I apologize. You are absolutely correct.
No worries.
All right, we'll move on here. So this is a staff cost changes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. On your previous slide, in this slide, we're talking calendar year 22, 23, or fiscal year?
School year.
So come the fall of the year, are we looking at a new review of the budget?
Generally, in the fall, I start looking at projections and give an update, more probably October, but we'll know enrollment and we can kind of figure that out and some things.
Okay, so this 22 to 23, and sorry for asking this question, what month in 23 are these cuts good for?
Well, this starts off, our budget ends August 31st, so September 1st through.
Of next year?
Yeah, September 1st. We're talking next year. Next year. Next year's budget, 22, 23.
Okay.
So this is the current budget, 21, 22, and then 22, 23. Actually, the math here, this 26.2 would go down, the net of these, 1.5.
I guess where I'm going with this is starting today and going to the beginning of the fall, we will continue with the budget we have. We'll stay on course.
Yes, we continue with what's adopted. Yeah. But if somebody wants to come and spend a bunch of money, Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the staff costs, so the change, we're gonna try to get a $3 million more dollars here, plus the $2 million from the MSOC to get to that $5 million or $5 to $6 million. So $3 million here would, the increase wouldn't be 10.8 in staff costs, it'd be 7.8. And here's some of those areas in general. So, and Dr. Pierce mentioned some of this, not filling vacant certificated positions, reallocate positions to other programs. She mentioned some of that other funding. You know, we can do a little bit of reallocation. There's not a whole lot we can do as that money is restricted and to various activities. So we'll do the best we can. There is a little bit of room in some of those programs. You know, program directors like to keep that money and are pretty stingy about it, but there's still a little leeway, not millions of dollars, but thousands of dollars. And then there has been some teaching positions come up since the levy failed, a couple elementary ones and a middle school one where they were told that that was one we were looking at before, and now we're not going to fill that one. And they understand that. Unfilled vacant operational maintenance positions. There's a vacant payroll manager position, a couple of 3 maintenance positions, and 1 capital projects position that we've been holding since we had some staff changes there a year ago, and those will not get filled. And we'll continue to look at those type of positions as they come up, and you know, if it's something that, you know, we're not going to fill during the year, that saves us some money, and the fund balance can accommodate 23, 24 a little better. It's difficult to take positions out of the budget, even though we have to do that here. If we can leave them in and just not fill them and get through this, you know, this next year and a half or so, that would be better. And then we talked about right sizing some classified positions. So, you know, we have elementary schools. We have schools with 760 kids in them, and we have some as low as 330. And those schools have the same support staff in terms of, you know, your office, your library, your paras, pretty much. So that needs to be looked at, and there needs to be some adjustments there. And we've talked about that even before the levy failed, but these are type of things that we need to get more efficient as we go into the next levy, so we have some savings and we don't have to ask for as much money. Or we have some efficiencies and less cost. So those will be looked at. I know right now we have 6 vacant secretary positions, so we'll try to use those to do some things. We have 3 or 4 vacant custodial positions. And to give you an idea, we post over 20 custodial positions during a year where people leave the position and we repost it. So we would look at all those and try to create some efficiencies. Like I said, moving forward, looking forward to the next levy, and how can we, you know, be efficient, not necessarily add those things back, but just, you know, be in a better position to get the voters to vote yes. Classified substitutes, there's some things we can do there where there's not going to be some substitutes for some of those jobs when someone's out, and that's just you know, something that's got to happen if we just continue to fill everything, and you know, it just kind of defeats the purpose of trying to save some money. There's some additional pay areas, not a lot of money there, and we'll continue to look at this as go through the budget. This is curriculum adoption is not going to happen, so that's $60,000 or $70,000. Kindergarten assessment testing has really not been happening and does not continue. That's another $60,000 or $70,000 there. And there's probably some other pots of that type of money that we'll try to get after. Other reductions, just some other costs in smaller areas and things. Another couple $100,000 to get to this $3 million, and we'd like to get a little more than that. Middle school, high school athletic coaching contracts, no cut policy. We have high school C teams and various teams there. So we've discussed this and looked at it. You know, looking at participation. You know, if there's not the participation there, you know, maybe some of those things can go away. Looking at the contracts and number of contracts. You know, there's really been mostly just discussion on that. We'd hate to, you know, eliminate some of those activities for kids if we can, you know, keep it going. But that's not to say if there's some contracts there that aren't needed, we will put that in here. I think Dr. Pierce mentioned, you may be talking $30,000, $50,000 is not huge, but that will get looked at. And, some discussions with some of the coaches and, just to, get an idea of where we're at here and where we're at in 23-24 if the levy doesn't pass again. But at this point, it's more of evaluate. It looks like most of the coaching contracts are based on participation. So if there's not enough kids at a middle school where there's a C team, then that contract is not filled. And maybe I need to go back in the budget and do some adjustments there, as we would budget all those contracts being filled. But recently, participation's been down. I don't know if you want to add anything to sports.
Yeah, no, I just, I think Vic summed it up really well. We're really trying to not make cuts that are going to impact our kids negatively. Though obviously if a position isn't needed and it can come out of the budget, then that's what we're looking at. It'll be a different story if a levy doesn't pass in the future. But again, given these other, funding streams and the healthy fund balance, we can avoid doing big cuts on these things for next year.
Can I ask a quick question? With the not filling the positions, right sizing, those kind of things, what does that do to like the class size? So now are we looking at teachers going from 18 to 22 students, or are we looking at teachers now going from 22 students to 28? Like, is there an impact on class size that we can see generally, or is that just like more school specific?
No, there's not. What we've done pre-levy, we got about, say, 7 elementary. Those class sizes were 12, 13, 14, 15. So we like to keep the K3 class sizes, try to get those at 20, right? So any of those changes we've done, they'll be at 20 or less. We hope they'll be higher if we get a bunch more enrollment. Sure. And then we'd have to, talk about some other things. The ones that 4th and 5th grade, so those are not driven by a K3 ratio where we get extra money. So if we had class sizes at a certain level, say below 20, we can draw down all this extra money for low class sizes. But that doesn't, 4th and 5th grade, that's not the case. So those class sizes are still generally 25 to 30, which was the pre-K3 ratio.
And at a high school level, for example, we would need to look at, and we'll look at, if there's low enrollment in a particular course. We have been able to, for the last couple of years with Esser dollars, run some courses that have low enrollment, but that's how you staff and make a master schedule. At high school, is you base it on, the enrollment in a course, right. And typically you're looking at, 20, at least 25 or more students in that course. So it's just, we're just going to have to be more critical and looking at what courses can be run if there's really low enrollment. And like Vic said, at the elementary, we've been able to, because of the Esser dollars, have some small, like really low class sizes that are kind of outside of the norm at our upper grades. And we had already pre-levy failure been looking at right sizing the staffing allocation to actually meet the enrollment at the school.
Gotcha, okay.
How much does enrollment solve our problems, right? How much, if we, like we lost a lot of kids due to COVID and all the,
Yeah, I'll get to another slide and I'll kind of tie that in a little bit.
Okay.
Can I ask a question before that? So when you're talking about operations and maintenance positions, I know that when we've just maybe not had positions filled, then there's overtime for the other people that are having to take over those positions. So what's the net savings then if you have to have overtime? Or do you
so our
think you won't go to
overtime,
overtime?
Our overtime in, say, like maintenance, it doesn't exceed $30,000 a year.
That would be for like custodial also?
That's just for the maintenance operation. Custodial has been higher recently because of COVID and all the people we had out.
Right.
But that budget should not have to be increased. Yeah. I can't remember the exact amount of custodial, but what's in the budget would not have to be increased.
Yes. Could you clarify again what you meant on efficient management of classified substitutes? I was kind of confused on what that's.
Yeah, well, so, you know, we have paraeducators, and every time a paraeducator is out, they get a sub, try to get a sub. Well, given the levy failure and things, that's probably something that really is probably not going to happen as much.
Okay.
You know, and that's just that type of concept.
Okay, but that would not affect like a classroom sub thing, or would that?
Teaching, we need to try to get subs for that. Yeah.
But I just meant like I guess I was getting at like a sub versus teachers covering during preps and things like that.
Well, we've had trouble this year getting subs because there's just, the sub pool is pretty thin for some reason. You know, and we have, you know, some say it's a matter of, you know, the pay, but it's just hard to get subs. I mean, we've adjusted pay here and there for various subs, whether it's para-eds or teachers or whatever, and it doesn't really make that much difference. It's just hard to get subs. And during COVID, that changed a lot of people's, you know, they used to sub, but then COVID came and they didn't sub anymore, and they realized they don't really need to sub, whether it's a paraeducator or whoever. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So when we are getting subs, I mean, how strict are we on, you know, I mean, we have to get waivers, and we had to, right? I mean, waivers and vaccines and all this stuff. And I know a lot of people didn't do it because of that, right? So is that over? I mean,
well, that's kind of a little bit out of my scope. That's more of an HR deal. They come to me when they want to raise prices, raise their pay, but not about that. So
I can answer that. The vaccine requirement from the state hasn't changed, but again, you know, we have lots of people who received an approved waiver. All in that whole deal, there's, you know, 2 people who in the whole organization who chose not to get the vaccine or get the approved waiver.
Even that subs that you're talking about?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know, I don't have any concrete data on substitutes to say if there are people who aren't in the sub pool because they didn't want to get the vaccine or the waiver. I don't think we have that data.
Yeah. I think there's quite a few.
So that's,
yeah, I
hopefully
think
that'll go away and we'll get some subs. Yeah.
I think the roadblocks are minimal for people who want to sub. I think if they want to sub, they can apply and go through that process. But I think we've eliminated a lot of those roadblocks. So hopefully the pool.
So just real quick, Doug, if you want to come up, Doug, it sounds like Doug might have the data. I don't have the data, but Doug may have it.
Don't mess this up, Doug.
To answer your question, we heard from a few people that did not want to sub because of COVID, because they didn't want to get sick. We didn't hear from people that didn't want to sub because they didn't want to go through the process.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
So anyway, before I move on, Gabe had a question there just on staffing and class sizes. You know, without the levy failing, you know, we would look at, say, 4th and 5th grade. Say there's a 5th grade class coming in and it's, you know, 22, 23 kids. And the one behind it is, you know, 30 kids. So we would probably kept that 5th grade class because knowing the next year they're going to have 30. So we would have just had to hire it back.
Right.
But now it's more like, no, that needs to go away, and we'll deal with it next year. So those are some of the things that we had the luxury of doing, and now we'll take a look at that a little differently over the next year or 2. So anyway, moving on to some numbers here. I'm going to skip this one for now. I'm going to go to the one we're a little more familiar with. So this is the pre-levy fail numbers here. We would have got this down to about $7.5 million deficit. Here's the 14.4 that we said, okay, we're going to get more revenue. Costs are going to be 11.5, so the net there's about $3 million to the good. You know, funding balance, we expect about $50 million, and that's where we'd be. So levy fail, these yellow shaded items here are generally some increases with regard to social emotional learning and some of those allocations coming through the state with regard to counseling and nurse time. And we have enough staff where we get that full amount of money and don't need to add any staff. It's only out here in about 24, 25 where we might have some trouble and may need to add staff, or we can move some staff around and get that full amount of money, or move some things around and use some of that money to hire some staff, but come out on the positive side of the money situation there. And then Micah, you mentioned about enrollment. So we have in here about 100 kids a year growing right over here, which is almost $1 million. So if you get another 100 kids over, you're going to get another $1 million. 200 kids over this 100 get $2 million. And I'll explain how that works out down here. So let's get back to 22-23 levy fail. So here's that 8.1 deficit or lost revenue right here. Here's the levy equalization, lose money there, and property taxes. And this, we already talked about this, no changes here. So now we're at about a $30.2 million deficit. And then we can apply some Esser money and come back down here, and about 28.7 fund balance. And I think someone asked a meeting before, well, what should the fund balance be? What 35 million? That's probably somewhere around there is really where we'd like to have it. So you look at these numbers here. If we did 5 or 6 million right here, reduce 5 million, that's going to increase this number to 33 million. And it'll increase this number to 23 million. This number will increase to 14 million. And we have a levy in here at $1.50, putting those numbers in here. And so this assumes we pass the levy, at a lower rate than what we proposed. And there's some work that needs to be done on these numbers here. So that's that 5 million. And, and if we, manage the budget and do some things, we get that enrollment. Micah say we get 2 million here, then instead of 5 million, that's another 2. So it's not huge, but as you work through the numbers, every little bit helps. So then the next year, this is where we're talking about, do we need to do another 5 to 10 million here? So if we do another 5 million, so then we got 10 million. It's going to add the 5 and 5. That's going to put 10 million on this, 27 million. If you get enrollment of another 2 million, then you're going to get up around 30 million. And then, maybe this looks a little better. This $1.50, maybe it does work.
Approximately how many kids have we lost?
We're still about 500 below where we should be.
That would be about 10 million?
If you got all 500 back.
Which
Yeah. And, we had projected back when we projected, say, 23, 24, 2 or 3 years ago, I think we're supposed to be at 19.1, 19.2. And, we're way short of that by 700 kids.
So what are we doing anything to talk to those kids and to get them back? Are we doing anything about that?
Well, I know special ed, for instance, the budget was 2,400 right here. And we're projecting that maybe it'll be 2,380, 2 or 3, 4 months ago, or 2,350 back in the fall. And we actually got 2,500 kids special ed in May, which is way a big increase. But we're still going to, just probably hit this budget. But if we get 2,500 kids next year, that'd be another 500,000. But we should actually be closer to 2,600.
But are we doing anything to get those kids?
Yeah, so then getting the kids back, the regular students, that's probably not quite my thing, but I think Dr. Pierce can talk about that.
So a couple things on enrollment, and we can come back maybe at the next meeting and give some more concrete numbers. But for a number of years pre-2019-20 school year, we were growing pretty significantly. How many students here?
Back when we were growing, we had 200 to 300 elementary kids a year.
Yeah, so we were growing, and then we leveled off. And we leveled off in...
After we built Amon Creek and Ferrer's.
So well before COVID, our enrollment plateaued and we were kind of steady. Then COVID, we had a drop. Now it's starting to come back up. We got kindergarten registration going. I think the numbers are starting to come back there a bit. When you ask, like, what are we doing to get kids back? A couple of things. We're not allowed to, like, go recruit kids from homeschool or anything. There's like specific laws that prohibit us from trying to get kids from, like, a homeschool. And I don't know how we would do that, like, through a private school either. I mean, I think I'm not quite sure how we would do that. I don't know that the law prohibits it, but what we can do and what we are doing is continuing to provide a high quality program. And that's why, it's such a challenge when the levy doesn't pass, because you have to make cuts that impact program. And while they're not at this time, thankfully, the kind of cuts that are devastating, it's still a difference. And so I think the best thing we can do to get people to come back, we have people who chose not to come back when we did full-time because they weren't comfortable because of COVID. And then we have people who were unhappy about mask mandates and those kinds of things that we were required to implement. Now, as that mandate has changed, we've seen a little change up there, but the people who chose to pursue homeschool or something else because they're not comfortable being in public because of COVID, they haven't quite come back yet. I'm not sure if they will, but it's just a little bit of a challenge to try to figure out, how do we get people to come back when there's some restrictions? I believe the best way is to provide the best program possible for kids.
So you mentioned a couple of things of two different reasons why people aren't, why parents have pulled their kids out of school. I'm sure there's other reasons. And maybe what have we done with our messaging? Have we done our messaging? I mean, we've been up here and we've argued about COVID, for example, right? And have we messaged that? Have we messaged the mask? Have we messaged? If you have a group of people who don't want to come because they're masks, and they have a group of people who don't want to come because they don't feel it's safe. Have we? What's our messaging look like? And what other demographics and segments of kids, or what other reasons why our kids not come to school? How can we message that to them?
So, Mike, I'm going to interrupt you one second. So those are good questions to ask. I'm not sure this is the time to do it. I'd like to get to the budget deal. But again, those are good questions we should ask about how are we presenting ourselves to, the public to make sure that they know what we have to offer. And again,
only if you want kids to come back.
Yeah, we want the kids to come back.
Can we do that in our retreat? Is that a time that we can do that?
It's something to think about. It's a good topic. I think I'd just like to, because again, it does tie back to the budget, but I don't want to get too far.
Pretty much directly attached to the budget. I don't know about it. I don't know about the loose. Is it loosely tied to the budget? I think it's like exactly the budget.
Okay, well, which is fine. But again, I'm just not sure this is the.
Okay.
I'm happy to discuss it. I think we should. But again, I want to go through the numbers first.
Vic, can I just ask you, for just layman terms right here, and make sure I'm understanding this? The 22-23 budget starts September 1st, and it runs through August 31st of 23. And we are talking about $5 to $6 million in potential cuts because of good fund management and Esser funds. So we should be able to manage next year.
Yes.
It gets critical when we get past next year into where the Esser funds aren't going to be there to recover some of this stuff. And so short term next year,
we'll be all right.
We've done some things to set us up to be successful for next year.
We'll do some 5 to 6 million and do some things.
And we also have 500 kids, which quite literally matches that exact number.
Yeah. So 23, 24, we still have Esser, but that's going to be where, we have to have that list of another, we say 5 to 25, but really you're talking probably 5 to 10 that might have to be plugged in here, depending on things. If enrollment goes up, it'll look a little better. But if we're putting some deductions in here, this levy amount of $1.50, it's not putting those back. This chart here doesn't put them back. So if we want to get more efficient, we think those maybe don't have to get put back. But if we start putting in some reductions here that need to go back, then that's going to impact the levy and what we ask for and some of those things.
I just have to say the other thing we have to remember is with more enrollment, revenue comes more expenditures, right? Because you have more staff to serve the kids. So you have to take that into account too. It's not just we get money for kids and the expenditures stay the same.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, special ed, if it goes up, a bunch, there's be more staff. But generally, with the enrollment and parents and kids, I mean, we want to be welcoming. Anybody out there, we want your kids back. I mean, there's a message. I mean, I'm sure all the administrators, secretaries, when someone calls, they got a lot of questions. You got to try to do whatever you can to make them feel good. And, we're past a bunch of things and just try to get those kids back in school, in our schools. So anyway, going through here, and you can see down through here, if we don't put that money in, projections show that we're going to be in, not very good shape 3 or 4 years out, but hopefully some other things can happen up here with enrollment. Maybe the state, gives some more money for something, and that would help us out there. But that's kind of where we're at. We have some extra money here, and I went through these numbers. So let me go through, oops, gotta go back one. This is another way of looking at the money, and this takes all the revenue and expenditures.
I mean, we spend so much time going through this, but we should be problem solving. I mean, I'm happy to go over the budget for an hour every single meeting, but at some point, we gotta have a solution, right? Okay.
So
yeah,
well, that's what we're doing. We're looking at how are we going to cut these costs and how are we going to get back in line given the revenue versus what we have. I guess I don't understand your statement. Problem solving how?
I was talking about discussion about getting kids back together, and that's the thing. And then I guess we can do that another day, but that's an example. There's one example. I just feel like we just go over the same numbers over and over and over again, and it's a bit repetitive. And I'm not blaming you.
No, I know the numbers aren't the same. Unfortunately, they're worse. But yeah, I get it. Yeah, and maybe somehow we need to figure out why kids, if they're not coming back, why aren't they coming back, and try to address some of that. What is that?
I totally agree that if we should go back and look at those enrollment numbers and what the trend was and what we lost and what we think is coming back and how can we best communicate to our families and to our community what we have to offer. I agree 100%. I just want to highlight though the problem that we have tonight is that the levy didn't pass. That's the problem affecting the budget. That's what we're talking about. That's why Vic's going through what did the pre-levy budget look like and what did the post-levy budget look like, because that's really the nut of the problem that we're trying to highlight tonight. And that's a long-term issue that we've got to address and talk through before anything else, about a future. And then we're just problem solving. We've been meeting daily, daily, and with other staff, problem solving, trying to figure out how do we create a plan that doesn't create devastation to our families, to our students, and to our staff, and make it so people don't want to come here. We want a plan that addresses the issue, and because thanks to Vic, I'm just going to say, yeah, Vic, I am going to take the time to say it. Thanks to Vic and his excellent financial mind, we are in such a good place with fund balance. And I know sometimes people criticize that. Why do you have such a big fund balance? It's good financial management, and thank goodness we do, because if we didn't, we would be coming to you tonight with a very devastating message. So I just want to assure you, we have been working our tails off to try to address this problem in the short term, and then we'll be having a lot of conversation about a plan moving forward for the long term.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It also helps with the transparency, which has been a message we received many years. People, I know you're right. We see these figures, but other people see them, and they want to see them. They want to see, what are you doing with the money? And this helps with that.
That was a good point. Yeah, transparency is a big issue. Sure.
So anyway, well, this chart basically says the same thing, but in a little different way. That gives you the total revenue, 23, let's go 23, 23 versus where we were at. So losing the revenue, here's the total of property tax money. We were looking at maybe getting 19.2, now it's 8.1. The levy equalization, 15.5 to 4. So that's that difference of 10 million that we talked about. Here's the difference of, whatever that was, 11 million or so with property taxes. And that's where you get that reduction. And then the salaries and benefits increase here. Here's the 7.5. Now it goes up to the 30 million. Same numbers from the other slide. One slide just looks at the change in revenue. This looks at the totals. We really haven't talked about federal money. We'll get to that in the next board meeting a little bit. That'll probably either be around the same or go up, but most of that money it's restricted to those programs. So then down here, the same numbers, use some Esser and we get through some of this. If you did the 5 million cut or 5 million reductions, that would increase these numbers. But really what I'm going to talk about here is this money over here, the Esser money, the one-time state money. So we think that should be $15 to $20 million here. And that's where we have 17 here, and that's where we get to this $50 million fund balance. Some people might say, well, if you had all that money, why did you do a levy anyway? You got all this other money here. And I think some people have sent me emails and, asked me that when they were voting on the levy. Well, you can't really run your district based on one-time money. So you just can't do that. It'd be nice to do that. But then when you go back out to the voters, you've reduced their rate significantly, and then you got to go back and get that increase. And I've worked in various areas, cities. No one likes to see their rates go down and then go way back up. It doesn't work that well. Unfortunately, now we're in a situation where the rates are zero, and we got to work through how to get the next levy passed. And Dr. Pierce has talked about that, how we market it. We got to show exactly what's on there, what's going to be reduced if it fails. But yeah.
In our history, we have had low revenue in our budget before. Kennewick School District. Is that a true statement?
Has had what?
We've had low funds in our budget before in the Kennewick.
Yes, we've had a fund balance of much lower than this. Yeah.
We want to stay away from it. I just want to see that it's possible that it has happened in the past, and it could happen.
Yeah, and that's where we're trying to, we'd like to keep this, get this up around 30, 35 million. It's going to be tougher through these years. But if we look at the levy and maybe have to do a little more reductions, yeah. And you can see in times when things don't go so well, it's nice to have some money. So anyway, so that's a different way of looking at pretty much the same end result. Oops. So, if we're all on board for the 22-23 budget, we're targeting, 5 to 6 million there to help, kind of sustain that fund balance. And, we do have Esser money. We're going to try to do as much as we can with that to try to alleviate 23-24, 22-23 impact on programs and fund balance. Here's the 23-24 Dr. Perry's talked about. We want to get this list. We don't expect to cut 25 million in 23-24, but that's going to be the basis for the next levy. This 25 plus, probably be closer to $30 million. Reductions, whether we do 5, 10, or how much 23-24, it's all going to depend on enrollment. If that goes up a little bit and we get a couple $1 million, that'll change some things. The fund balance, ability to use Esser, how much we manage the budget where that fund balance can, maybe it ends up higher than what we were talking about here. And then the 23 election results, if, the election doesn't pass again, then, that plays into it. And then the budget timeline, we're sticking to this timeline. Hopefully we'll have things pretty, finalized here for May 25th. And that's pretty much it, unless we have questions, and we'll just move forward and try to work on things.
Thank you, Rich. This is a lot of work, and I will second Dr. Pierce. I know you work very hard on this, and I appreciate your math brain.
Thank you.
I do too. We'll keep working. We're all in this together, and we'll keep at it.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys, I'm gonna call a 5-minute break here, so we can take it.
I second that.
Take it at 7:35 here.
You read my mind.
Yeah.
I know.
Or did.
No, that's okay.
Oh, you're here.
That's okay.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Next on the agenda is K through 12 annual student goal reports. Mr. Anderson and Mr. Phillips will be reporting.
Okay, thank you very much. It's our honor every year to come to you and we share our attendance, discipline, and then the results of our safety survey. So we've got quite a few slides and I'm going to try to work through this, and unless you've got a lot of questions, and we'll stop and cover those. So again, everything that we do as far as student safety surveys, attendance and so on is based on our strategic goals, focusing around students, making sure that that students are respected, they're safe, they're known, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to talk about attendance and discipline also, so it is related. The presentation outline, we're going to start with the annual safety survey. You'll see there that last year we had 8937. This year we had 8996 responses from students grades 3-12. We're going to talk about student data, discipline, continuous efforts, and then progress towards meeting our performance targets. So starting with the student data, I mentioned before that it's grades 3-12. It was administered during this time frame, March 28th, April 22nd. This year, we did add a couple more questions, and it was added to our secondary. And these two questions are what you see there. I've had the opportunity to learn digital citizenship, social, life, and employment skills. And then the second one is I have access to the diverse course offerings, activities, and athletics. Because we want to know what the kids are feeling and whether or not they feel like they're getting what they need to get. So as you look at this, you can take a look at those new secondary items there. It ranges between 87% in the 6th grade all the way up to 82% in the 12th grade that they've had opportunity to learn digital citizenship. And then the second one is opportunities to learn, actually this looks like a typo. Should be, this is the wrong question there, but anyway, it should be, I've had access to diverse course offerings, activities, and athletics is what that second one should say, okay? And as you can see there, we are catering to our secondary kids on these and making sure that they have the classes, the activities, and the, I guess, extra types of things that they need to feel prepared. And I felt really good, especially at the high school level, that, we're averaging around 90% kids feel like they're getting exactly what they need and they want. So that's good. You take a look at this broken down by school, and you can see that, again, I think the lowest is 79%, and highest is 97% at Phoenix High School. Well, we just want to remind you of the questions on the survey. The questions, if you remember, were brand new last year. So we're going to show you some comparisons between last year and this year. The questions are actually more of, they're not a question, they're a statement. We wanted kids to reply to them. And you'll also see there too, we had some reverse questions. For instance, number 2 there, I wish I were at a different school. So we're hoping to get a low number there rather than a high number. We also used a Likert scale of 1 to 4. 1 being strongly disagree, 2 being disagree, 3 being agree, and 4 being strongly agree. So when we saw yeses or nos, yeses were agree and strongly disagree. The no's, or they didn't agree with that, would be the disagree and strongly disagree. Okay. So this is I'm sorry, I went through that a little fast, but these are the conclusion of the 24 questions or statements that were presented to the kids. Okay.
One thing I would like to point out is if you'll look at that, the third item there, it says, I feel safe riding the bus, and actually I'll go backwards just a little bit. So there are some questions that have an asterisk, and the asterisks show which questions, after the student answers, strongly, agree, etc. Those questions, like I feel safe riding the bus, the next item allows them to give more detail as to why they answered the way they did. So there are 7 questions that they can respond, giving more detail. Okay, so all 24 questions are they're basically put into 3 buckets. In our strategic goals, we want one of our student goals is we want them to be safe, known, and valued. So those 24 questions go into one of 3 buckets: safe, known, or valued. So this slide here shows for elementary, 3rd through 5th grade, the percentage of students who chose either agree or strongly agree. And so it'll have like, so I can get the cursor here. So like this is 3rd grade last year, and then 3rd grade this year. And so you can look at those percentages there. There's a little bit of a drop off in most of those, and in some case, like in this question right here, there's a bigger drop off there. And as we've talked about it, the previous year was an interesting year with COVID, and so we're thinking that COVID somehow it just made it more difficult to find consistent data between the 2 years.
Okay, secondary, you can compare the 2 scores from last year to this year in grade 6 and grade 7. And like Rob said, that COVID did have an impact on how kids felt. So with that, we looked at the high school, grades 9 through 12. We did have some improvements there. I mean, you look over here, you had an improvement in grade 12 about staff feeling friendly to me, and a little bit of an increase here. But more than not, the percentages went down this last year. Okay.
So these are the known items for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. So you can see the first reverse question right here, and you'll notice that those percentages are really low, which is what we want on the reverse questions. I wish I were at a different school. We would want students to say disagree or strongly disagree. And then there's another one down here. Again, the percentages are lower than you would see for a question that's not reversed.
Okay, have you look at the middle school scores? And then the high school. And we did have some highlights here, going up a little bit at the high school, at the 12th grade level in these areas, and also up in this area here. So we are showing some light, but overall we went down just a little bit. Okay.
And then after safe and known, there is here are the valued questions for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. You can see there are 3 more reversed items there. Again, low percentages. And like Jack said, I mean, they didn't all go down. And if they did, it isn't by a lot, except for like that one question that I showed. But they only went down by just a little, well, actually the ones I'm looking at, it's like 69 to 67. It's just a couple percentage points. Some of them did go up.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So the students open their Chromebook, they log into this survey, and they take it. Teachers are not there to discuss the survey, because in my head, thinking about my own 5th grade son. Some of these questions, he's not going to know what the heck we're even talking about. So are the teachers there to explain to them maybe like, this is what respect means, so they know, or are we just like, here you go, take the survey?
So at least at the elementary, and I can't speak for secondary, but at least at the elementary, we've talked as a principals group, we don't want students to just open their Chromebook and just go for it. Because they would just zip through it and we wouldn't get very good data. So what we've talked about is having the teacher, or in some cases, a school might do it like during a tech time.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be the tech teachers that would do it, but at least at the elementary, we want them to go question by question as a class. So if there's a, like, and the reverse questions, especially like for 3rd grade, 4th grade, that kind of throws them a little bit. So someone has to explain the reverse question because it's just different than all the others.
Yeah, because I look at adults at my school are not interested in people like me. So I'm a 3rd grade teacher, and now I have to explain to 25 3rd graders my interpretation of what that question is. And so that question is going to vary in every 3rd grade class at this point, because every teacher is going to have potentially a different opinion. So I just
potentially
are these questions, do teachers have input on these questions? Like, are they able to like say or submit something, say, hey, this question always seems to be an odd one for my class. Can we look at maybe a different survey question, or do they have that ability to do that as well?
Yeah, so when the survey was created, it was the year before last, yeah, actually a lot of the questions came through our equity team. Some of them are holdovers from the survey that we did previous to this one. Is there a possibility that maybe different 3rd grade teachers explain it differently to their 3rd grade students? Yeah, that is possible.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point where the origin of some of these questions. So we had a safety survey that was mostly focused on physical safety prior. And so some of those questions about like riding the bus and things like that have been around for a while. And then we expanded the survey to align to our goal to include sort of, not just physical safety, but like social emotional safeties, the known and valued. There's where this came, some of these questions, and I can follow up with the exact, but what do I want to say? Like, I might have the word wrong, but like a psychometrician kind of,
You got me.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the right word, and I'm probably not saying the right word, but like a very tested, like nationally tested survey, right? So it's like we didn't just make up the questions, is what I'm trying to say. And they, in that, those reverse questions are there so people can't just like, it helps avoid people just going all one answer or the other. But I think you bring up a good point. And since this is the 2nd year of the survey, I think it would be good, and I know, Rob meets with the elementary principals regularly to get feedback about which questions are kids maybe struggling with or teachers struggling with. And, we could, if there's certain ones that are confusing to people or whatever, we can either look at tweaking them or providing like a companion guidance that says, as you're going through the survey, here's how you can, here's the words to use to explain question 3 or whatever. So we have some consistency. I mean, that's just some ideas off the top of my head.
Right. And when we built the survey, and it actually came from a survey called the Psychological Sense of School Membership Scale.
Thank you.
So it's like a
Yeah.
Of course it is. And I had to look that up.
Had that off the top of your
If I
head.
did it. But at the very beginning, we did run all the questions. I did the questions through a principals meeting. Principals did have input. I sent it to them beforehand so they could look at them and have a chance to think about them before we actually talked about it. We did tweak some of the questions a little bit just because the wording was difficult. It would have been for the students in secondary, but it would have been for those at elementary. So we did tweak them. At the end of the survey window last year, a couple principals did reach out about the questions, but they were pretty much centered around the reverse questions. They just said it kind of, you know, without a real detailed explanation, it did confuse some of the younger kids.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I would love to see some sort of maybe teachers, this is how you can do it, and then here's how you can answer these questions for kids, especially at the younger age, so we're consistent across the district, and teachers don't have to rely on sharing their own ideas and stuff, and then we can get some of those questions actually what they mean, because yeah, I can't imagine 3rd, 4th, 5th graders answering some of these questions like, sure, yeah. Thank you.
Good point.
Yeah. Okay, this slide shows data by individual schools, and it's around 3 of the questions on the survey in that safe bucket. And actually, these 3 questions were holdovers from the survey that we used to give that was pretty much just focused on physical safety. We expanded it beyond physical safety, but physical safety is still really important. We still look at this data. So, so you can see, so like for, let's say Cottonwood, I feel safe on school grounds, fields, and playgrounds before, during, and after school. Last year when they took it, 92%. For this school year was 86%. And so you can see that for safe on school grounds, it's the same thing for I feel safe riding the bus. So Cottonwood, last year, I feel safe riding the bus, 92%. This year, 81%. And then in your opinion, is there unsafe behavior that happened at your school? And the response we're looking for is no, because we're hoping that kids think that there is not unsafe behavior. So like Cottonwood last year, 85% of the students at Cottonwood felt like, no, there's not unsafe behavior. For this school year, it's 67.
And unsafe behavior is, I think, perceptual. Could be somebody kicking somebody on the playground or somebody running in the hallway or, yeah.
I know that on the high school one, and I didn't look at the elementary, so when it was talking about sports, but I think it could go for any of them. You asked, there was an open-ended, would you elaborate? Would you care to tell us more? Going along with Gabe's, most elementary kids and the high school kids I work with, they don't necessarily want to take that time to put that in there. Zachary is like, who probably would write things, but you know, most of us don't, even as adults. Is there a drop-down box? Is there some way to make that a little more there and available and quickly done?
So on the question, is there unsafe behavior? If they say yes, it does give them, it asks for which one of these happens the most. It's physical acts, for example, shoving, hitting, tripping, etc. Verbal acts, for example, insult, name calling, swearing, threats, or inappropriate acts on electronic devices like sending texts.
They can choose.
They can choose which one of those.
So did you find a correlation to the people who said that there were unsafe things and those who filled that out? Like, did you see if 49% said, you know, or actually it'd be what, 51% said there are now some unsafe things happening. Did you find something that correlated to give you that much?
Like if 47% said yes, are there 40%?
Well, and I know it's not going to be exactly, but.
Or so, but about that same amount or same percentage of students.
Giving you information?
I have not looked at that.
Okay, because I mean, we're just all like that. People are busy. Adults are like that, kids are like that. And I think it's harder, as Gabe said, for kids to really get that information.
I'm sure there are some students, like adults, because I'm that way when my doctor sends me that survey. Yep. I skip through most of it unless something happened I didn't want to happen. So kids will do that, but it is really surprising. It's always, well, always, we've done it now 2 years. It is really surprising how many students do, at least in elementary, take the time to write comments. And principals really do, and I really encourage them to comb through those responses because, I mean, I don't want to minimize the percentages. They're really important, but as a principal, as a principal, we didn't do the survey then, but that's where my really good information would come, is what students are really saying. So, I mean, maybe next year, when I talk with principals, I make sure that they know that they need to talk to their teachers to really encourage them to not just run past that and say no, or just not write anything, but really take the time because it's valuable information.
Right. Thank you.
And both Rob and I have sent each school's data. It comes in a really nice spreadsheet. They can divide it by groups and ethnicity and so on. And they've already started looking at that. They've started meeting on it with their administrative teams. And then the next step is they're going to go and take it to their site council. They're going to, next fall, in August, are going to design their SIP plans, school improvement plans around this, and what they're going to do to address some of these low scores. So it is something that they've already started on for next year, because they want, if they see some of these that are a little low, all right, let's dig in a little deeper. Let's read some of the comments. Let's find out what it is that's causing these low scores, and then we'll see what we can do next year to correct that. Okay. All right. Next is student attendance. This OSPI's attendance data that it's important for kids to be at school. Regular attendance is defined as less than 2 absences per month, and on an average, the Kennewick School District, we had 1% of our students had fewer than 2 absences per month on an average. 82.55% of our kids back in these COVID years, 2021.
Yeah, and we should just quickly, if I can explain, so this data point's always lagging a year. So that's why it's 2020 instead of 21-22.
How would things like, is this unexcused absences, or is this excused absences as well? And then like school activities, things like that?
No, these are any absence.
Okay, so it could be a school event and this would count?
Yes, yes.
Are these whole day absences? I'm thinking about then, if you're talking about school activities, if I have to leave 6th period to go to tennis or something, does that play into that?
Again, an absence is defined as missing 50% or more of the school day.
Okay.
Okay, so if they're just missing a period, no, that wouldn't show.
Okay.
You know, I get calls all the time that my kids were absent, and I know they weren't. I don't know, and I just say, I talked to them about it, and they said they weren't, and they said, oh, I was a little late to a class or something, but they're marked absent, and I get a phone call, happens pretty regularly. I couldn't show you on my phone. I probably have like 6 voicemails. That now at this point it's like, there's a school.
Oh no, I had 4 kids go through the system, and if they weren't in class on time, and
so I'm just wondering, are those absences?
They came to school late, or if they came to school late, the teacher was already teaching, may have gotten involved in the lesson, didn't come back and change the tardy to it, or the absence to a tardy. So that happens quite a bit.
But if parents are calling in and changing that, that's then not reflected in that.
Yes, and that's why we make phone calls, so that the parents are aware of what's happening. So, yeah, exactly. So this shows a little bit from the year before. So in 2019, 2020, we had 91% of our kids had less than 2 absences a day, and then that dropped not quite 10% during the COVID year.
So this slide and the next few slides, it's information that we receive from OSPI. It's on their website, and we just go to the website and they actually just capture the images. And so this one is the disaggregated attendance data by grade level across the district. And you can see that the elementary grades are fairly low. And again, this was last year. They're fairly low. The secondary are higher. It's interesting because the year before, when I saw that, I thought, okay, wait, that does not look familiar to me. And so I looked at the previous year, and actually, pretty much, and not just elementary, but even all the way through 12th grade, they were pretty much just a couple percentage points off of 90%. They were all really close. Again, like we talked a little bit earlier about some of the data maybe being not as consistent as we'd like, is because of COVID. That's all we can figure out is somehow COVID related. Because the year before, elementary was definitely up around 90% with all the others. This one, again from OSPI, it's attendance data by student ethnicity. And so it shows the percentage of students in those ethnic groups, the percentage of students who were absent less than 2 days per month on average. And then, this is again off the OSPI website, it has a student program participation. So if you look like at the bottom, students with disabilities, it's 74.7% of the students absent less than 2 days per month on average. Students without a disability, it's a little bit higher. And so we can look at the like the previous one. We look at this one. We can look at this. Not that one. I thought there was one more. Anyway, we can look at these and try to determine what kind of supports, like all the elementaries need. Is there something that elementary needs for attendance that would be supportive for those students and for those families, or for different groups of kids? This slide shows the attendance data by elementary school. There's a follow-up here to with secondary, but it shows that average attendance for the 1920 school year, 2 years ago, and then for last school year, the 2021 school year. The Cottonwood and Sagecrest, theirs says suppressed greater than 99%, which means OSPI has suppressed that data so that students cannot be, like up at those higher reaches, so that students can't be individually recognized, identified, yes. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so there were two of those schools way up there, Cottonwood and Sagecrest.
Okay. Same thing here, Highlands, Park, and Southridge both had, all of them had attendance greater than 99%. Okay. Student discipline. Student discipline basically talks about, we know that if a student is not in a class, whether it's through an absence where they're not going to school, or an absence based on their discipline and they were excluded from school, we know that those kids are missing school. So there is a concerted effort to try to keep kids in school, find alternative, I don't want to say consequences, but alternative results of their behavior that doesn't result in exclusionary discipline out of school. So if you take a look at this for 2020-21, our overall discipline rate was only 1%. And if you compare that to the year before, again, the 2019-20, it was 2.9%. Again, if you remember, schools were closed on March 17th on 2019-20, so the number is down, and then in 2020-21, the number dropped also. I will guess, and if I was a betting man, I would bet that our discipline rate is back up there where it was pre-COVID for this school year, but we won't get those results until next fall.
And then we have the same slides for discipline that we did for attendance. And again, we just snipped this right off of the OSPI website. So it's the percent of students who are excluded in response to a behavior violation over time, kindergarten through 12th grade. We have the same kind of information that we had for attendance for race or ethnicity and gender. And then we have the same thing again for student program participation. Again, if you look at the bottom left, students with disabilities and students without disabilities. So it just compares those different groups of students. Oh, and then it's discipline rate by elementary school. So it's comparing that discipline rate by school for the 1920 school year, and then compared against last school year, the 2021 school year. So I kind of picked on Cottonwood, so I'll keep picking on them. So 2 years ago, they were at 1% of their students were excluded because of behavior. And then last year, it was 0.2%.
Same thing with the secondary schools. A significant decrease in the amount of discipline from 1920 to 2021. And we've got a lot of different programs within our schools, from our SEL, social emotional learning, to MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, PBIS. These are all programs that are designed to help students understand what the rules and regulations and boundaries are, and then these programs work with students and their parents to try to teach students what is acceptable behavior within our schools. If a student did not do well on a math test, we don't discipline them for doing poorly on a math test. If a student doesn't know how to behave, hasn't learned how to behave in school, it is our job to teach that student how to behave and not make it punitive in order to do so. And that's what these different programs do. And I mentioned earlier that we do have, excuse me, we have sent all this data to our middle school, elementary, and high school principals, and they will be looking at their own specific data. They can get on the state report card, they can pull up their school, they can look at the demographics of the kids that got suspended, they can look at the demographics of kids with attendance. And so their job is, between now and the start of next school year, is to develop a plan of how they're going to improve in all three of those areas: attendance, discipline, and what we can do to make students feel safe, valued, and known. And then I think this is our last slide, and that is, if you take a look at our performance indicators and targets, this year we had 86% of our students reported that they felt safe, and that's an average of those 6 bullets that you see here. From I feel safe on the playground, I feel safe riding the bus, students in my school are friendly to me, there's at least one teacher or adult in my school that I can talk to if I have a problem. That's the trusted adult question that's been around in our district for probably a decade. And then finally, the adults at my school respect me. And then attendance overall, we covered that. 82.55% of our kids had less than 2 absences a month. And then in 2021 again, we had 1% of our kids only that were disciplined or lost school time based on discipline. Okay.
Can I just clarify? So 2021, we're talking elementary students were hybrid for the first half of that year, correct? And then high school students and K or 6 through 12 they weren't in class until half the year. So this data is really for only half a year. So it's, I mean, comparing it to a full year is a little difficult, but I mean, we'll see what happens. I guess with this year, that'll give us a better idea of attendance rates and discipline and stuff. So,
any other questions? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No worries. So I was the disaggregated discipline rate by grade level. It was, yep, that one. So do we have an idea of maybe why we see so much higher in middle school and then it drops off significantly in high school, like even 8th, 9th grade, for example? Is it really just the getting?
Hormones. Yep.
Okay.
That's what I said. Yep.
I wasn't sure if there was something, if we had an idea, something more.
Everyone with kids know the answer to that.
Okay.
Well, and the other thing is, especially like in 6th grade, you're going from one teacher all day to multiple teachers. That sometimes is difficult for kids to do different things too, so.
Okay, thank you.
And a lot of these 6th, 7th, 8th graders, I mean, the 6th graders are coming into this class after being out of school for X amount of months, right? Now they're back in school and it's completely different than elementary. So now there's a lot of factors that contribute, I think, to the middle school.
So I know you said that by school or by grade or whatever, the disaggregation, they're talking, they're working. But when I look at the complete discipline in student program participation, this is the same number that we get every year. And I think we work super hard with our homeless students, with our students with disabilities, and what was the other one? I guess that was it, but those two are always difficult. And so are we putting any emphasis on that? Are we doing different programs? Are we making something happen for those groups of students? Tracy's raising her hand.
One thing I would speak to is, as we look at that not only at a school by school level, also from a system level. So I'll just give a quick example. We mentioned that you can see that there's a higher proportion of students with disabilities often experiencing exclusionary discipline. And so Vic mentioned just in passing the addition of a program focused for students receiving special education services who were in a program focused on behavior supports in elementary, creating that for middle school, because what we have currently is there's those programs in elementary school, and then they go to middle school and there's no program per se. So that's like a specific example of something that we're putting into place that, when we look at that middle school data, that's kind of where the bulk of some of the issues are, and with focusing specifically on students with disabilities who need additional behavior supports, and without them may end up doing things that result in exclusionary discipline, but there's not sort of the positive intervention to help them improve their behavior.
And then is there something for our homeless families also that we can work with our families, because that's a broader spectrum?
Mm-hmm. I think communities and schools
is great.
Is one specific thing, but I can't. There's not another that I can think of off the top of my head, like district wide, but certainly school by school, and I think communities and schools is a big factor there.
You guys have any other questions? Wonderful, gentlemen, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next on the agenda is unfinished business, which we have none.
Sorry.
No, we will move that to new business.
New business.
New business, yeah.
Very good.
So, under new business, first is the world language adoption. Mr. Scott will be presenting.
Down at the bottom, the folder at the bottom.
Normally it's courtesy to at least leave the menu up.
I didn't know who was going to follow.
You probably knew, and that's why you did it. Okay. So good evening. Yes, I come tonight to talk a little bit about the recommendations that we have around our world language curricular materials adoption. And so we'll kind of go through, my good friend Dr. Christensen joked as I came up that I should give the presentation in Spanish. I will say that there are a number of French and German and a few Spanish novels that are on here, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce them. So we'll get our way through it because it is world language. So again, our world language adoption this year is part of our objectives this year around making sure that our students are engaged learners. And this is one of those curriculum areas. It was my first time going through the work with our world language teachers. And I will say that it really, this decision and the work that this committee did was definitely about how we engage our learners, because world language is a graduation requirement for a couple of years of work with that. But the goal is really how you maintain student interest in world language, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. As I mentioned before, curriculum adoption processes are very lengthy and very comprehensive within the district. This was no different. We had a committee that was made up of middle and high school Spanish, German, and French teachers. We do teach middle school Spanish, and so we had teachers who were involved with that. We also, for this adoption, invited parents to attend throughout the adoption process and to see both the work that the teachers were doing and participate in that work in terms of developing the criteria and what we were really looking for in world language curricular materials, as well as to view the materials that we were considering and getting their feedback. And it was really successful. We had a small group of parents who participated in that with us very regularly. And then I would also like to just mention Liz Dale facilitating. Liz is back here in the back corner. Liz is retiring this year. This was her final curriculum adoption, and she did a great job, as she's done with all of our curriculum adoptions throughout the years, and I think she really enjoyed this one, and they're a great group of teachers to work with. The process that we went through was really multifaceted over a couple of years. The first step in the process is really to complete some standards mapping and also what we call principal input training. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The idea was really to say, is the curriculum materials and our instruction aligned to the standards that it needs to be, and what is the best instructional strategies to incorporate within the curriculum, and that's really that comprehensible input piece. They did a lot of research, they hosted publisher presentations. Again, we completed parent preview and recommendation sessions where we had parents invited who came in, took a look at the curriculum, were able to ask teachers questions about it, and then we're at the final step in the process of presenting to you folks. So in winter, we started this winter 2019, really looking at the standards alignment and the course proficiencies across languages. The big takeaway in regards to what our former materials had been to what we were really looking for was that the committee really determined that the traditional grammar-based method of learning language, which is probably what many of us experienced when we were in school, just was not necessarily working for students and keeping them engaged and wanting to go beyond their 2 years. And so we really wanted to make sure that we were doing something to teach a world language in a way that would be interesting to the students. And this led the teachers to comprehensible input strategies and materials. So in the spring of 2019, we sent Kennewick teacher Jen Wright to a trainers conference for comprehensible input. And then once she became that trainer, we had all of our world language teachers invited to participate in in-district training. We had 20 of them participate in CI training, which really covered the basics of language acquisition, how the skills and techniques used, the assessments that would be appropriate, how you integrate novels and authentic text into these classrooms. And then, of course, we were interested in remote learning options, both at the time and moving forward. After going through just the training and piloting of some of the materials, one of the data points was really exciting was that in the spring of 2022, we have 90 students at Kennewick High School that have registered for year 4 Spanish. So they have completed their 2 required and they are continuing on. And that's a pretty phenomenal number and it's pretty exciting. And mainly because these 2 teachers or these teachers that are involved at Kennewick have really got behind the idea of teaching through comprehensible input. So when the committee got together, we took a look and did some criteria selection. We wanted, again, as we always do, strong alignment with state learning standards, but also the 5 C's of world language, which is communication, study of cultures, connections, comparisons, and communities. So intertwining those things to really make up the context within which students are learning language. Again, we talked a little bit about comprehensive input, and they felt really strongly that whatever materials they selected needed to work with those instructional strategies, and to provide students with the ability to speak and to listen rather than to just utilize memorization and understanding of grammar to learn a second language, and then just understanding that students are going to be using the context, the background to understand information that they're receiving, and that's really that input part of comprehensible input. It's important to have an online component, and it was important for a couple of different reasons. Obviously, to align with our one-on-one initiative, but also you'll see in the end to keep our costs down to some extent. We also wanted some fluid technology. We wanted to offer a lot of choice both to teachers and students in how they approach the learning materials and how they can integrate it with our learning management system, which is Schoology. We also wanted the materials to coordinate between the various course levels and the disciplines so that there was clear understanding as students moved from Spanish 1 to Spanish 2 or into Honors Spanish, that there was a connection between those and that there was a cycle of instruction that made sense and was consistent. And then we also, at this round of a curriculum adoption, really took into consideration a subgroup of our students. So we have expanded our dual language opportunities, and we've increased our numbers of students who speak Spanish natively. And when those students go into a class that's designed for people to learn that language, and they already have a fluency in that language, it causes quite a bit of problems. It doesn't necessarily meet their needs, and it really challenges the teachers to try to engage them. And sometimes, particularly in middle school, Zach, those students can become a little challenging in that setting when they have a better grasp of the language than the rest of the students do. So we really looked closely at was there some curriculum we could adopt to formulate some classes that were directly supporting students who already speak Spanish, to enhance their ability to speak academically and to grow in their language rather than learning the language as their peers may be. And so we did that. We did a few different ways of reaching out to our parents and community to preview. So we had the instructional materials displayed here and at schools for parent review for the required 10 days. In fact, it was a little bit longer than that. Then we had 2 nights, parent and community members could come in to review Spanish materials. They coincided with our Levy open house nights, and we had a few more people attend these than our Levy open house nights. I hat off to Liz on that, but we did get a few of our people to come in to Levy open house from this one, so that was good. So we had committee members who presented to parents, entertain their questions, let them kind of view the materials and ask questions. And then our German and French teachers is a little bit smaller set of parents and students who take those classes. So they reached out to parents of students who were currently in their class to get their preview done. We collected written recommendation for the adoption from those parents who attended, and we had a little bit over 60 parents or community members who participated in some way in providing feedback on the curriculum. And worth noting, there were no reviewers who did not recommend the materials or who shared any concern beyond cost, just asking about the cost. I'm going to go through, there's a number of courses, and I'm just going to go through so that you understand what they are. I'm going to give you a little bit of feedback. I'm not going to read through every one of them. There's quite a bit of text here, but you do have access to the presentation. So first off, we are looking at our Spanish 1-2, so our first year Spanish, both in our middle schools and in high school. So we're going to be recommending Somos, we also think that Somos 2 will work pretty well for our Honors Spanish 3-4, which is the second year. So our first year and second year Spanish will be receiving instruction through the resources of Somos. What parents really liked about it were that they felt that the study of culture was really strongly embedded in the curriculum, and they felt, as they looked at the curriculum, that was really kind of their favorite part. They also felt like interweaving personal interests, and they really appreciated the alignment with just kind of how we acquire language naturally, rather than, again, through that memorization and study of grammar. We had a parent who said it was perfect, a parent who had participated, or students participated during the pilot, who saw the effects on their students and really wanted to let people know that it works really well. They thought this is how all learning should be, is kind of within this authentic way, and they thought that the materials were much better than maybe the textbooks that they had encountered. Yes, go ahead.
As a school board, can the school board members go and actually look at the actual material?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Can we go through the curriculum? Can I learn Spanish through this?
Okay, you do it. You can, I don't think anybody would kick you out of the Spanish class, Mr. Mabry, if you showed up. Staff, again, was a little bit more focused on some of the technical elements behind the curriculum, but again, noted the strong connection to the standards. Also, the flexibility we had talked about a little bit earlier in terms of choice, voice for students, variety of teaching strategies, those types of things. When we look at our third and fourth year Spanish, the group felt like there was a different resource that built very nicely off of Somos. So WEAS is the curriculum that we are recommending for Spanish 5-6, which is year 3, for our IB Spanish 5-6, and Spanish 7-8, which is year 4. Again, hands-on engagement was really important because, again, these are students who are really opting in. This isn't a graduation requirement at that point. They're needing to be excited about the curriculum, so they felt this really does a good job of that. They really believe that the comprehensive input for upper-level Spanish students provides for cultural activities, incorporates authentic sources into them, provides for communicative goals, and each unit is really based around the themes for advanced placement Spanish, which is really a strong connection. Standards. And the parent, after seeing the materials, said, I would love, as Mr. Within our AP Spanish language culture class, again, sometimes what we need to do is make sure that we have the curriculum that aligns not only to the state standards, but also to the college ready standards in AP. So we felt that Voices Digital would do the best with that. Staff gave a lot of feedback in regards to this, but again, probably the most important aspect of this feedback was that the program was very well vertically aligned with AP themes and sub-themes, suitable to students that take AP courses and classes, as well as our International Baccalaureate classes. And again, it's a holistic manner in which they are exposed to language they really liked. We also have our International Baccalaureate, or IB classes, and again, we are sometimes limited in terms of the curriculum we can look at because they need to align to IB standards, and so they chose for their IB Spanish 7-8 course and their 9-10, which are years 4 and 5, to use the Oxford IB Spanish B curriculum for that. And again, aligns very well with IB, which is what is really probably a primary aspect of kind of the criteria. And again, just meeting all the different standards is really important, and it prepares students very well for their IB examinations. When we look at our Spanish language arts course, so this is the course that I mentioned for native Spanish speakers or people who are already fluent in Spanish, but maybe don't have the academic language or need to develop their comprehension skills and literacy of writing particularly. This is our Spanish language arts course. We're teaching that at Kennewick High, and we're going to be teaching it at Kamaikan. And we're talking about how we can also offer it at middle school level. But we've selected the Carnegie's in Voz Alta 1 and 2. And these are for year 1 and 2 Spanish.
Yes. Question on that. So they've already got English language arts. So this will be a secondary class. So they'll be taking ELA and Esser.
Right, and I'm going to, Liz, correct me on that if I got it wrong.
Liz, can you come to the mic?
Good question. No, it counts for their world language credits. So they have their ELA credit, which they have to have for graduation, and then this counts for world language. So if they do the year 1 and year 2, then they have those 2 world language credits. But then we've also devised a further path for them if they want to continue into a 5-6 or 7-8. So this gives them that foundation to be able to do that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So again, the parents taking a look, I think that, one of the main things was I think they saw an importance. I think parents of those students know that their children are not necessarily very engaged learning Spanish when they already know Spanish. So again, the staff kind of went through, they had a number of things that they really liked about this particular program when they're looking at teaching. They felt like that one of the things they liked is that this exposes students to Spanish from all over the Spanish-speaking world, not just necessarily Spanish from Mexico or Spanish from a Central American or country. It kind of talks about Spanish as a world language, and they like that piece. Again, well connected to the themes in IB and AP. So again, students are not, in particular, our dual language students who may be enrolled in those. It's not necessarily a detriment to them, so on and so forth. Switching over now to German, our curriculum recommendation is around Carnegie's, and I'm not even going to try, it's Deutsch Aktuell, I believe, for years 1 and 2. So the staff really believes that it really helps students communicate in the target language of German as they interact orally, and they use dialogues, interviews, surveys, cooperative projects, again, more of that comprehensible input. And then throughout the programs, they have multiple opportunities. It's a very spiraling content, so they are able to kind of revisit vocabulary frequently throughout. And so there were really strong pieces there. They also, and Liz is going to have to remind me on TPRS, but these are the novels that they are going to want to include in the core curriculum. Again, the challenge with our review, with any review, is that these novels are in German. So what we did is we had our German teacher interact with their parents, sharing the themes, sharing the plot structures, those kind of things, how they would use that. So again, we have, again, we rely on their expertise in determining what would be really best, as there's a few of us who would be able to analyze a German text. And so again, the reason for that is really just, again, learning languages around the standards, and novels help them do that. The French curriculum, we're going to be using the Voices, and on the French side, it's the Notre Histoire, I believe. Histoire. This go again, courses in French years 1 and 2 and IB French year 3 are going to be using these resources. And again, this program is entirely online, and the students and teachers have access to the textbook. They'll be able to utilize their Chromebooks to access all the materials, all the oral and written activities. They're also going to have the teachers will have their own teacher's edition to be able to assign, teach, grade student work. It works out really well, just in terms of managing. And again, there's a variety of different ways students are practicing the language in this, and they have the ability to demonstrate their knowledge in culturally specific content in both listening, reading, as well as writing and speaking through this resource. Within our IB French class, which is years 3-4, we're going to use Le Monde en Français, which is a Cambridge. And again, it's aligned into the IB diploma, helps with the language skills. Textbooks presents activities that prepare the students for the IB exams, which again is very important. So again, they felt there's very strong connections there. Our French teachers really like to use novels, so here's a very lengthy list of the novels that they were requesting as far as teaching their content. They did this similar type of thing as the German teacher did in terms of inviting parents to come in, sharing with them the content behind these books and sharing how they would be used. And so again, we had staff input and parent input. Parents typically, again, I think, they felt like, based on what the teacher was sharing, that the material would benefit the students, and the teachers had a little bit more in terms of just the use of historical fiction with fun stories, with plentiful, useful French vocab is really helpful, and again, just the tie-ins with IB courses of study. And so again, just more comments in regards. Like I said, it's a fairly lengthy list of the novels that So we're adopting for a number of courses, and I thought it was important, particularly in light of Vic's presentation, just to kind of, because we did have some questions from parents in regards to this, especially leading up to Levy. just kind of what's this kind of thing cost. And I think our world language is going to be one of our least expensive curriculum adoptions in terms of materials, because it's fairly non-traditional material. It's mainly materials that are digital, they're web-based, they're PDFs, they're very reasonably priced, and they can be, either the site licenses are very inexpensive. So if we purchased 17 year one Spanish teachers, or if we purchased it for 17 year one Spanish teachers, the cost is really a one-time download of about $400. And so for all of our teachers, it'd be $6,800, which is, it's really hard to give in a teacher's edition for $400 in print. And the German textbook, the German teacher felt was really going to help be able to be used over the 2 years, so that helps as well. What the team really, the committee really felt was necessary was the ongoing professional development around how they're using the materials, not so much the materials themselves, but how they're using the materials. So as part of their adoption, we really want to make sure that we are able to release them during their early release days to work together throughout the year as they are incorporating these materials to work together to make sure that the comprehensible input we're staying true to that, and we're utilizing those strategies to keep students interested. So the next few slides are just in a chart form, all of that I just shared with you, all the different curriculum that we are recommending to you as we at this point. And I would finish by just saying it was a very comprehensive, parent-involved process that I think people felt very confident with. And so at this point, I'd open up some comments or questions.
I just have one quick question. So the committee that put all this together, so that was made up of KSD teachers, KSD parents, KSD students. It's not put together by other people from other cities, states, anything. It's strictly KSD, correct?
Right, KSD. And the only exception to that list you just gave, we didn't have any students serving on the committee.
Sure.
But we, certainly they're invited to come and take a look at the.
Right.
Yeah, but all KSD. This was.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I just wanted to appreciate that there were some IB-specific curriculums. We have a few classes that don't necessarily have dedicated IB books, and IB's kind of high maintenance with the way they do it, and they're based in Europe, and so it doesn't always match well with the way some of the educational standards work here. But I just appreciated that we had actual dedicated IB textbooks for those classes. So. And I think AP as well, they had that voces for Spanish and whatnot, that AP also had some specific curriculum in there, which I think is important for our classes that are trying to go further than year 1 and 2 curriculums. So thank you.
Questions or comments? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I recommend that we accept the World Language Adoption Committee's recommendation to adopt all world language materials that have been presented.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. Any other comments or questions? If not, I will call for the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Galbraith?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Ms. Sundbeck?
Yes.
Mr. Mather?
Yes.
Mr. Connors?
Yes. Wonderful.
I believe that Liz Dale is undefeated in curriculum adoption. So that's great.
Thank you for your hard work too, Liz. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Mr. Scott does not get to leave. So the next on the agenda is policy 2335, health, family life, and sex education for first reading.
Okay, so yes, so tonight I'll be presenting policy 2335 for revision, and the revision is really due to legislative changes and changes in the legal references below. So as you know, and as has been presented, Senate Bill 5395 directed school districts in regards to teaching sexual health education. This policy was developed, I believe, in April of 1993 and had not been updated since. So it probably is due to be updated in regards to that. So some of the changes that you'll see in front of you, simply changing the title of the policy from health, family life, and sexual health education just to sexual health education. Again, aligns with the with the Senate bill. The first paragraph, the changes, again, are in alignment, but it also, taking out the various topics keeps us from having to come back and change the policy if legislatively topics are changed in the future. We just know that what we're bandy to do is do comprehensive sexual health education, and so the topics would be found in procedure. And just left in there or added consistent with state law, because again, as law changes, then we don't necessarily have to make changes to the policy, just again to the procedures. The other striking piece here was that, again, just in line with the law, that the instruction may be included in the instructional program. Again, the law says that we have to be teaching comprehensive sexual health education at certain grade levels, as I previously explained. The ads are really the next two paragraphs, and again, straight aligned with WASDA's policy language that specifying that in grades K through 3, the instruction is social emotional learning, that comprehensive sex health education is provided students in grades 4 through 12, and again, it highlights those aspects of the law that are there. The next paragraph down was a minor change, just again in alignment to the Senate bill. Our previous language said the parents, community groups shall be involved in the planning development. The new language is the members we've provided the opportunity. I think what's important about that is just, for example, we believe that it's really important to provide the opportunity and to invite and to do outreach to our families. Not just but we also have to be careful, because if we have people who don't want to participate, that kind of stymies if we leave words in there like the groups shall participate. So this language, again, it provides us the flexibility we need, but also maintains that we will be doing a proactive approach to getting people on the committee. And then just changing the wording again to align with the law. The last paragraph is really designed to, in my mind, remove some of the barriers that may have been perceived to exist, because it indicates that the superintendent will provide parents an opportunity, which in my view is not necessarily waiting for a parent or guardian to request to review. So it puts the onus on the district to provide opportunities, and it also removes some barriers because it doesn't require the parent to review the curriculum before excluding, and it doesn't require it in writing. Again, it basically says that we're going to provide information on how they exclude their child from sexual health education instruction, and then we'll grant all requests. So those were the changes, along with the changes to the legal reference. The other thing that I would point out is that this policy language aligns very closely to the process we've been going through. So it just brings into alignment the stuff that we've been doing that will be coming to you on May 25th to explain.
Questions, comments?
Is this where we can add in potential changes? Or do we have to motion for that, or?
I'm not sure what we do if we...
Or can I share what I feel like we should add?
I believe procedurally you
motion to
make the motion, and then during comments and discussion, that's where those amendments and stuff would happen.
Okay. So I need a motion to make changes.
Would that be a first reading?
No, you make a motion to approve it, and then during discussion, you say, you'll discuss your changes, and then we have to come back and say, okay, approve it with the changes or amend it with the changes that you're proposing.
Okay.
So we first have to have a motion to approve. And I make a motion to approve. Oh, is that okay? I'm gonna make a motion. Oh, no, I didn't want to cut you off.
No. Yeah, as long as I can add in what I'm looking at.
Okay. I want to get to that point,
Yeah, I want to make a motion to approve 2170 as presented.
2335.
2335.
And that to
35.
2335.
Yeah. You're on the wrong one.
Yeah, you're on the next one. You're on 2170.
Sorry.
Yep.
I'll see. Okay, for clarification, I make a motion to approve 2335 as presented.
I'll second.
First and second, first reading.
For first reading.
First reading, okay.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Now, comments and discussion. Mr. Galbraith.
Yeah, thank you. So the last line in paragraph 1, only approved curriculum materials may be used in instruction. I would like to amend this to say only board-approved curriculum and or supplemental curriculum materials may be used in the instruction of education and human sexuality. Based on what I watched last week in the curriculum review, when I watched it back, there was a lot of questions about, or there were some questions about supplemental material being used. So I just want to make sure that's clear that in this case with this particular curriculum, it's board approved curriculum and supplemental curriculum that's being used in our classrooms. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask a question. So what are the downsides of that? I don't know.
So I would answer that to say, I believe that's what the intent of this wording is, because there's already policy in place that says all core curriculum and supplemental curriculum has to be board approved.
So then it should be no problem to add it because it's already a rule.
I mean, the board already approves, just like on the consent, agenda, those are supplemental materials. The world language would be a core adoption. So I think that's just further clarifying the intent of that language. But Matt, do you have a different thought?
Yeah, I think that typically when we use the term curriculum materials, it's kind of inclusive of all things. But if we wanted to be really clear based on the presentation that what we're talking about is board-approved core and supplemental materials, I think that even though it's found other places in policy, it just clarifies, particularly with this policy, because we do have a standalone policy around sexual health education where we may not in terms of some other of our curricular areas. So I think that but the curricular materials typically means both supplemental and core, so we would just specify only board-approved core and supplemental materials may be used in the instruction.
Since it's such a sensitive topic. Thank you.
And we could, I think, if you want, we could make the change on the fly. And, unless you want to.
I'm sorry?
We could just make the change right here. It's such a small change. We could make it right now.
Board approved.
Sorry,
so now we're all staring.
Clarify capitalized board.
Yeah, only board approved, so boards are capital B. Approved. Core and supplemental. And then you just leave material, no, yeah, or just, that's fine. Curriculum, instructional materials.
So rather than using curriculum, so you're using instructional materials instead of curriculum?
I guess we could keep it as curriculum too.
Yeah, I would say keep it curriculum. We
prefer that.
The curriculum.
Yeah.
You're going to test me.
You can do it. Liz can show you how.
Right.
Accept changes.
Try doing backspace. You can do it.
Sorry,
Could you just type curriculum?
Yeah, just type curriculum after it and it'll be there.
Okay. That worked? Everyone's okay with that? Okay. Any other further comments or questions? So now I needed a amended motion?
Amended.
Yeah.
So I'd like to amend my motion to include the corrections made during the discussion.
For first and second?
For first and second reading.
I second that.
Okay. For discussion? I'll call for the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Galbraith?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Mabry?
Yes.
Mr. Connors?
Yes. Excellent.
Just make sure you say.
Yeah, exactly.
Patty will make sure I see it.
There you go. All right, next on the agenda is policy 2170, instruction, AIDS prevention education, first reading. Mr. Scott, who never gets to leave.
So again, this is being updated policy more than anything else, and again, it wants to bring it in line with the RCW mentioned below around medically accurate sexual health education curriculum. So again, this is a policy that was adopted in 1993 and hasn't been updated. So there were some things probably, as I can only imagine, as we, at 1993, that AIDS prevention education was probably an appropriate way to term that. However, we also understand that HIV is different than AIDS, and so HIV/AIDS is now what we utilize in terms of that terminology. So it just is really making that change to include human immunodeficiency virus in addition to the other languages that are already currently in policy. And then the last sentence, just again, updating to include parents and guardians, and then just also to make sure that we have implemented procedures for parents and guardians to exclude their child from this instruction. That's not a change in practice, it's always been allowed, but it specifies it in policy, and whereas it didn't necessarily specify it in the policy that was written in 1993. And those are the only changes to this, and again, we just would update the legal reference as well.
I just have one little marking, second paragraph, first HIV/AIDS. Is it missing the slash? If you want to be consistent with your first paragraph.
Very top says dash, and then there's a slash. Yeah, on the second.
So, HIV/.
System with a dash.
And then at the top, and then also at the top was what Micah was talking about, the title, HIV dash.
Oh, they're all dashes now.
Now they're all dashes.
Now you just change them all to dash.
Now they're all dashes, yeah.
Attention to detail.
Okay.
I'm just wondering the dash slash, and I know it means nothing in the meaning of it, but like medical, you see slash. So I don't want to quibble with that, but I just want it to be so it doesn't have a problem later. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
As long as it's consistent.
I just want it to be not an issue.
I like slash better than dash.
Ron's always been a slasher more than dash.
I mean, it does make a difference in the meaning, but.
I'm not making fun.
It does make a difference.
I asked you to speak up.
You did, it's your.
Okay, so then now there should be a.
Perfect.
Just get
should
rid
be
of
a
that.
slash between HIV and AIDS in all of them.
Correct, and no dash.
And no dash.
Okay, do we have any questions, comments, concerns?
I just want to know why Ron's a slasher, not a dasher, but we can talk about that.
I'll tell you.
Okay. If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move to accept policy 2170 as, what are we saying?
Will be, well,
As presented,
Yeah,
yeah, with new information.
Have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any other further comments or questions?
First, second.
Oh,
For
thank you.
first and second reading, thank you.
I'm sorry, who's second?
Wonderful. Call for the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Galbraith?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Ms. Thunder?
Yes.
Mr. Mabry?
Yes.
Mr. Connors?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Scott, you are excused. Thank you very much.
He's like, finally.
Saying, feet are asleep. Okay, next on the agenda is policy number 4410, community relations, school resource officers for first reading. Dr. Pierce will present.
Okay, so this policy exists. There's just some minor adjustments that we've made to update the policy to conform with law, add clarity, and we also added a procedure to accompany this policy because it didn't have one. So what you'll see is just clarity on the title to include school Safety and Security Services Program because it's now inclusive of our school resource officers and our security personnel. And so that's defined here of what we mean by safety and security staff. It means the SRO, school security officer, campus security, etc. Highlights that what their role is in terms of building positive relationships with students and their purpose. So there's just some minor wording updates, really nothing that is substantive changes. So I guess the next thing I would just highlight is, let's see, this part where it says effective January 1st, 2022. So there's some new law there. So we needed to update that wording regarding juveniles' access to an attorney. And just some other kind of language about how documentation is done. And then you'll see that there's wording here in the model policy that says the superintendent or designee will develop additional procedures to implement the policy. In our current policy, we have a bunch of those procedures really listed here. And so they're crossed out here, but they haven't gone away because they're over in the new procedure. So we just took the stuff out of the policy that really belongs in procedure and moved it over to actual procedure. The other thing that we didn't have, it said that the agreement on the policy, it said the agreement would include a process for families to file complaints with the district and local law enforcement agencies related to the process for investigating and responding to, et cetera. And that wasn't specified anywhere, like what that process looked like. So that process now is included, the complaint resolution process is included in the procedure. So that's why what you're seeing on the screen right now is there's no strike-throughs or anything, it's just all new procedure language consistent with law and model policy. There's some data collection requirements as well, that's all included in here.
So 4410R is basically a supplemental part of 4410?
Yeah, typically all of our, all the board policies have a policy and a procedure. The policy specifies sort of the big picture requirements, and then the accompanying procedure gets into the detail of how that policy is going to be enacted. This was an odd one because when we got the updates and needed to make the update, we realized we didn't have a procedure, and so we took the opportunity not only to clarify, but to create an actual procedure to accompany them.
So under B, first bullet, constitutional and civil rights of children, should it be in schools?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, that's correct. And you can see that it did say in, in the policy where it's crossed out. So we just made a typo there. And this is all exactly really verbatim what's in the law in terms of training requirements for school resource officers and security personnel.
Okay, any questions or comments for Dr. Pierce? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept 4410 as presented.
For
first and second reading.
Perfect.
I'll second.
Any other questions or comments?
Do we have to do the procedure as well? Is that a separate one, or is that included in this?
So I typically, good question, the board adopts the policy, and then in the policy say the superintendent puts together procedure. So like technically, but I like when there's a new procedure, I like to bring it to you so you can see what it says, but technically you're just adopting the policy.
So that's a great question, though, because actually there's a 4410 that was presented to us and a 4410R. Mm-hmm. So in the motion, do I have to mention both?
I believe you just have to mention the policy 4410 because the procedure regulation is the thing that you delegate to me to do, so.
Very good. Okay, so I have a first and a second. And I'll call for the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Galbraith?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Ms. Sutton?
Yes.
Mr. Mabry?
Yes.
Mr. Connors?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so last on our new business is we're going to our curriculum adoption that Gabe wanted to discuss. So the creative writing handbook, that was your topic you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring to light and ask a question. So as I reviewed Creative Writing Handbook, I noticed that there was a discussion or a note in the consent agenda that they were going to be using Chapter 3, Point of View. Chapter 3, as I looked at it, the short story in that is called Sex Education. And as I read that, it was a perspective on a lady's view on a rape, like a preacher potentially raping her. And to me, I don't necessarily think that particular assignment is needed for our high school kids, especially when you talk about, we don't know what kids will be in that class and what they're doing. And if there's someone who has been in that particular situation or around that could just cause some more issues in that. So I guess my concern is if that's an assignment that they're going to be using, that's what I wanted to bring to everyone's attention before we approved it, so.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So just a clarifying question. So your concern is that it be known ahead of time?
My concern is
that it not be there at all?
Yeah, I don't think it should be there at all, just with the concerns of students in the class and those things. I want to clarify either that's not going to be the story used, or at least make sure everyone's aware that it talks about that, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. Thank you, sorry. So this book is being used as a resource for an elective class at the 12th grade level. And so we've had some discussion in regards to how with some of our elective classes, in particular our college ready classes, when we have text, no, I guess I should back up a little bit. So number one, we go through a process of vetting through the material, but we do have material that has mature themes or those types of things that are used within certain elective classes. And the goal would be to allow parents and students to know ahead of time that some of the material may be sensitive in the class. And so we would want teachers to be doing that through their syllabus. We'd also want teachers to be developing, if there were concerns around that, an alternative way to present point of view. In terms of this particular source material, there's a couple of different ways we can go. We can, I think, kind of take it back for some further review in terms of looking and saying, has this kind of been vetted appropriately in terms of, kind of thinking about the concerns that you've shared. Or we can have, again, make sure that we have that indicated within the syllabus, that there are mature themes that are dealt with within the content, and then that allows parents and students to investigate that before signing up for that elective course. Those are just a couple of the safeguards that kind of exist with that. This particular class was part of our ELA adoption a year ago, and they were having a really challenging time coming to a resource to use, and so it took them quite a while to get to that point. I think that this particular handbook covers the genre of writing very well, talking about those different things, but if that source material is of concern, then a couple of different things there too.
Yeah, I had no other issues with that particular book, but just the fact, I've got some snippets I can email to folks, but
if they were read out loud, it'd make everybody uncomfortable.
Yeah, so I don't know how we want to address that, but again, it's talking about a 36-year-old man potentially raping a 16-year-old girl in a cornfield, so I think that's probably something we don't want people writing a point of view narrative assignment on, but again,
Another aspect of this that I'll share, I mean, we have also, Dr. Kirsten and I are working on it right now, updating our curriculum adoption policy. And so one of the things that we don't currently have, what we have is curriculum advisory committees that do review of curriculum. But one thing we don't have is just a dedicated instructional materials review committee. I think I may have spoken with you during your orientation sessions about that, but so one of the things to do would be to potentially pull this back and save this for that more comprehensive process to go through. If the teacher and the teachers of the class believe that this is, this is of educational value, to have a group, vet through that in more detail, that would be another option that we would communicate to them and just say that for now, we're uncomfortable approving, or the board's uncomfortable approving until there's been a little bit more of a process to determine if this is the best way to teach point of view within that.
That's what I would prefer. I'd prefer someone to take another look at it and see if they have those same concerns, but I don't know how we go from
And
here.
just to, I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything, but if, I would never vote yes on that. So even if somebody went and reviewed it and it came back, I would absolutely vote no. So, I mean, anything that you could do to go through the process of reviewing it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
So do we need to have a vote to send that back for review, or what would be the proper?
So it's already been pulled off the approval, and I think we just maybe need to hear from each board member to get some consensus direction on if this is something that we should take back to the table.
We are a board, and if we have a member that is not comfortable, we should address those concerns. So I don't think I don't want to speak for everybody, but personally, I don't think we have a choice. We have a member brought us some valid concerns. We need to look into it, and that's what you're offering.
Diane, thoughts?
No, and I appreciate the fact that we will have a dedicated committee to do that, because that's where these things get taken care of, so they don't come here, and somebody has to say that. So I would appreciate it going back to.
You might want to look at catcher in the rye also. One of my favorite since middle school. High school.
Anyway, just Zach.
So I had a question. So in terms of the structure of, because I know in the consent agenda you have like all the different information and whatnot outlined in it. Is there a place that maybe some of that topic should have been filled out ahead of time in there? I guess what concerns me as you look at curriculum moving forward, that if there is sensitive topics like this, that it should be filled out in this paperwork, right?
Right. So I think that's where, again, the development of a committee would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I think that there are times when we receive the feedback forms back, parent community review, where they've indicated that there isn't anything. And I think that that's where you get into perspective and some point of view in regards to it. The parent reviewer could have looked at that and said, yeah, this doesn't rise to a level of bothering me. And so we have one or two parent reviewers versus a committee of folks. And so, again, I think that this would be we have, to be honest, I've got a couple other novels that are sitting on my desk that I've said, nope, we're not going to go through this until we get to a more comprehensive. And so I would just communicate this to the teacher and just let them know that we're going to hold on that until that committee can convene and work through that. I think, and again, I'm going to share the perspective with the teacher about where, kind of where people are in regards to the treating of the topic. So it may not it may be something else that is recommended, or if it is recommended that committee, that specific concern can be weighed by the committee, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. Sounds like we're sending it back to committee, so thank you very much for doing that.
Okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr.
Yep.
Connors? So,
I'm making the parliamentarian here pretty quick.
I maybe wrote it down. I'm not 100% sure if both items were pulled. I actually had written down, I thought the other one was the right now.
Just the creative
But-
writing handbook is the only one. The other one,
Okay, so did maybe Patty can just double check her notes to clarify what was pulled from consent? Was it both, like the whole curriculum adoption, or just the writer's handbook?
Just the writers.
Okay. Okay, so we did approve, you did approve the
Yes,
right
you
now.
approved, yeah, approved the rest. Okay, perfect. Sorry.
I just want to make sure.
Okay, we're on to next meeting agendas. So for our next meeting, we have the 22-23 preliminary budget. We have K through 12 student growth and proficiency targets, online programs, comprehensive sexual health education adoption, and social and emotional learning policy. Anything else you guys would like to add to the agenda for our meeting on the 25th?
yeah. Oh, sorry, Ron, go ahead.
When you have that report, do we need to add that report on critical race theory? Will you have that done by next meeting? I'm asking what is.
Yeah, we can certainly put together as much information as we can and have that as a topic on the agenda.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask to have that put on the agenda, and I don't know, for clarity's sake, because I know others may have gotten in trouble for this, but I'd absolutely love to bring a resolution or a motion forward for some stuff about critical race theory. So that's just for clarity's sake for anyone who's listening that happened.
I think that's a good idea, so we can all get it over with so that we don't.
Yep.
Transparency. Let's throw it out there.
Transparency, yep.
And talk about it.
And one thing I'll ask for some counsel from Bronson on this part, but if the board's considering, like a resolution, I'm just kind of curious about resolution versus policy and when you would want to do one over the other.
And others, if we're gonna talk, we can wait till next meeting, but if we're gonna talk about critical race theories, we can also talk about other conspiracy theories that maybe we need to make a policy about, because there are other ones out there, so we might as well address them all.
And can we clarify what critical race theory is during this conversation? Because I think that would help me.
I think that's an important thing is as a board, we identify what that is, and then we have a stance on it, yeah.
And other conspiracy theories. So maybe that's something we should actually have at, what is it called?
A retreat?
Retreat, because I think it's gonna be a long discussion.
It's gonna be a very long discussion.
Yeah. So trying to, we're at 9 o'clock now with regular stuff. So if we try to do that, do a regular board member meeting, I think it would be quite lengthy. That's just my personal opinion.
I would agree.
So you want to put that topic on the June 8th retreat agenda?
It gives it more time to be discussed.
You okay? You guys okay with that? Moving up a couple weeks? Okay.
At that retreat, do we take action, or is that something we have to wait till the next one?
It's a study session.
Okay.
We're gonna sit there and talk about it and hash it out. So again, we don't make any decisions at the retreats. Okay. Cool. Wonderful. Okay. So we will add that to our, to the June 8th. Is that correct? Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
correct.
All right, so we've got that on for June 8th. Okay, so with no other business, we have an executive session that will last about 30 minutes. Now, we will have to come back.
Correct, but now I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think we can do this, but now that there's two parts to the executive session, originally it was 30 minutes for legal,
Right.
but now there's another topic on personnel.
Right.
So I think we probably want to say 45 minutes?
Great, 10 o'clock. I was right. You knew this was going to last till 10 o'clock. Okay. So 45 minutes, but we will have to reconvene the entire board will have to come back and reconvene for a vote on the personnel issues.
Correct.
Okay. So we were going to go into executive session for roughly 45 minutes, at which time we will reconvene for a vote. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna bring the meeting back to order. It is 10:08. So we have one issue to vote on. We need to vote on the personal actions, certificated, classified, and extracurricular. Do we have any comments or questions? If not, I will call for the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Galbraith?
Yes.
Mr. Valentine?
No.
Ms. Sunvik?
Yes.
Mr. Mabry?
Yes.
Mr. Connors?
Yes. Perfect. With that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, take care.
Oh, we're gonna go back?
Go back.
I don't. I have to recuse myself.
Oh.